Welcome, welcome, welcome. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be watching. I am Tara DNA, and today we have a very special stream. Hello, Heather, how are you? Welcome to the channel, lovely to see you. You'll notice we have the phone in the middle of the table, showing our very special app for our Truth Tellers deck that this Australia Day weekend stream, because tomorrow officially is Australia Day, so we have a long weekend, a bit like your 4th of July in America. Just a bit tired working all week. It takes it out of that first week is the hardest of all. I think it really, really is. It's kind of like getting back into the swing of it, and a new job and new people, and like I said, all the training and everything else. So yeah, I actually borrowed Anna's koalas because it's the Australia Day weekend. I haven't borrowed her ears, but I did borrow two little koalas because it is Australia Day weekend, and I know she's streaming on Monday, which is again is part of our long weekend. And I just wanted to remind people of why we're raising money and why we keep going on about the charity drive for the next 3 months because of what's been happening. Your feet were on fire yesterday after work. Bicarb of salts and just putting it in water with some essential oils, as you probably well know, takes the heat out. Really, really lovely. Really lovely. Yeah. And, you know, giving your feet a bit of a massage, or getting hubby to give the kids give your feet a little bit of a massage always helps. You get a great butt working on your feet all day. You do. That's when you get one of those little pedometers or your Fitbit, and you go, how many steps have I walked today? Getting my 10,000 in, and just saying to everybody, I'm getting paid to get fit. Instead of having to pay my subscription at the gym, I'm actually working around all day, and I'm going to get fit, and I'm getting paid for it. So it's like a win-win always. Absolutely. Just remember while you're sitting there doing your squats and doing your tush squeezes and going, I'm going to look buff for the next summer. Made 35 in tips my first day on the floor after training. That's really, really good. That's really good. And, you know, that shows how good you're doing in the fact that people are tipping you. You know? Anna knows as being a hairdresser, it's really nice when you have the regulars that build you up, but it's starting off and people appreciating what you're doing and everything else. So, hello, Roxy. Yeah, no, there's nothing here. Yeah, except all the cards. And I know you want the koalas. No, they're not for you either. Yeah. Is anyone problem, sweetheart? I have the camera set up differently. You're only laying here. Watch her do a runner with one. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, these are mine. And she went, no, I want all these. She goes, I'm staying close. Because I don't have the camera set the other way, it's very difficult because it's on close up this time. So, cat booty. Yeah, absolutely. She's been trying to get away, and if you saw Anna's yesterday, she was actually on top of the chair trying exceptionally hard to get the koala ears off Anna's head while she was wearing them on stream. Did you not wear the ears so she didn't climb on you? No, I didn't wear the ears because I kind of thought they were your thing, and I felt it was not very fair for me to wear your ears today. Yeah, you have pictures of on your Discord yesterday. I can wear the ears, but I just thought that was your thing, wearing the ears. I just borrowed your koalas. I can? Okay. Okay, Heather, do I wear ears or do I not wear ears? Do I wear koala ears and go and get them now? Okay, give me 2 seconds. I'll go into the other room. You stay away from the koalas. Okay. Can you see my fluffy ears? There we go. Hang on. Oh yeah, I love you too. You just very gently. I can just lift that up a tiny little bit. Can you see the ears better now? See my face and the ears? Is she astral projecting right now, or is the camera broken? How do you mean? No, I'm back. Why? Yeah, now she's on the move. Now she's on the move. I'm a bit concerned here. Okay. Oh no, you're going down there. Where do you think you're going? Okay. Right. So. Oh, you guys can't see them there. Hang on. Oh, your image froze. Okay. No, I was actually really astral projecting. That's what I was doing. Okay. Can you, because I've got the camera a little bit different. I didn't move from the chair. No, see that's because yeah. I'm just me. Can you see my little koalas up here now? Can you see those? Because if I have it further down, you can't see them because of the change. So hang on, I've put them on the wrong bit. No, that's why, because there's that bit changed too small, so I have to put them on there. Okay. I don't think it sits pretty well on my shoulder. You can't see the whoops. Nah. It's trying to get the little him to show. Right, I can do you on there. Okay. Getting up so I make noise, sorry chat. I think we're fine. I think it's just mainly you and Heather here at the moment. So Heather won't mind you getting up and grabbing something to eat and a drink. Okay. So, can you see the koalas on me, and can you see the ears? Absolutely. So, how did you find your first week, Heather? I know a little bit tiring. Look awesome? Good. Good. I was wearing the orange because everyone calls us a sunburnt country, and I think we're a little bit scorched earth country at the moment. So I wore the really, really hot orange. Now, Heather, you didn't get a chance to see how this worked. It was good. I get along with everyone. She is awesome. That's the main thing. If the boss is good and you've got a good crew to work with, it makes working life so much easier. It's when you have a pain in the neck boss and you're working with mean girls who really just are not very nice to you at all, and that's when it's not nice to go into work. But a new job, a nice crew and a good boss, that makes the difference, because you don't mind really pitching in and working hard and going, this is what I trained for, this is what I wanted to do. if I can show it to you, and I'll try to do it and see what comes up on the camera. It's really hard trying to do it on the... So the Erasmus getting it. I'm gonna have to stand up. I can't do it like this. Okay. Okay. If you look really carefully, get off light. I get it in the right position. There you go. Can you see that? It's really hard. The camera's not in the right spot. I'm really sorry. I'm just trying to get it right, but I have to have it up at a certain distance. Hello. I was just showing Heather because she missed out. You got deja vu. There. Can you see that? Probably not. Probably the camera's in the wrong spot. Let me just lift it up a tiny bit. Just because I have to have the camera, it won't do it unless it's at the right. Can you see, did you see the writing on that? Need the full card in shot. Yeah, it's really trying to... Okay. Get back. Come on. It's just trying to get that at the height where I can actually get this up enough so you can see it. I think that was just swapping over. Did you see that? It doesn't last for very long. It's an oracular moment, and that's the point. There. That is cool. It is cool, isn't it? Now I'll try to put this down to the right spot. Right there, maybe. No, it might have to. Misu, hello, how are you? That was cool, wasn't it? What I was trying to explain to people, and those who were with me the other day, got to see that this very special deck, the Truth Tellers deck, has been put out for a very special group I belong to, and these cards all have an encoded message that plays through this app, but you have to have all the codes and the passwords to actually use it on this deck, so that it's not generally available to the public at the moment. It is a very limited resource for a group of people. And I've had permission for the charity fundraising to do this in public, because it's not normally done in public, live on stream for charity donations. And every single card in this deck actually has its own encoded message. It is really special. Each card was individually painted by hand by hand-picked tarotistas around the globe, over 10 of which were tarot grandmasters and other students and professionals who made this deck. And they were told to use a very different form of symbolism. It's not like a normal tarot deck, and came up with the message they wanted their card to convey. So there is no little white book with this, because the oracular message is on the card. And as I said, we use this particular app so you can actually read the oracular message. And the great thing about it is at the moment they're taking it to the next level, and these cards are being placed. Now, I don't understand Pokemon Go very much, but I understand you can take your phone and with the app you can go and find them and you see them with your phone app. Well, they're doing a similar thing with these cards globally, but you will see the message, and eventually the idea is that the message will change. It will also be in different languages depending on, so you'll be able to have it in English or in different languages. So that takes a lot of coding and a lot of work to actually get that to happen, that you put your phone there and your phone can translate it to the language that you can read. So it is very special, and this is the very first phase of it that's come out. It's been, oh, thank you, Anna, for hosting. So to be able to show this live and give people the chance to, we did it the other day, and I just did numbers so that somebody in chat actually got a chance to have the very first oracular message from this deck live on stream. So that was quite a big moment, because like I said, it hasn't been done for everybody else. So I'm going to open the queue while I remember. Now, let me see. I haven't got around to changing the next pick. I should have done that. Are you opening? It didn't want to do that for me yesterday. Oh, you can do that? Okay, because also every time I go to open the queue, for the first 2 or 3 times I press it, it's giving me that.
Oh, sometimes it just means it's not done right. It will occasionally, like if it's trying to do something else.
Oh, okay.
Or if there's nothing. So just like, or if you held it down for too long. Or if it's already trying to load the...
Okay, fair enough. And it's going to try and fix my Stream Deck queue thing.
Just drag this over here so you don't see it.
So, found out how Heather's going. How's everyone else in chat going? Anything great happened since I last saw you all? Anything special? And what are you doing as it's the weekend? For those of you that don't know, and you can see I'm wearing little great koala ears, which I borrowed from Anna. And I have 2 koalas here because tomorrow is officially Australia Day. So that's a bit like your 4th of July in America. And we have a long weekend, so we are on the Australia Day long weekend. Hence why I have koalas and koala ears to remind you of our charity and that it's Australia Day. And why I'm wearing orange, because we're often called the sunburnt country. Well, I've put this on because we're kind of like the fire earth scorched. So, or I should say the scorched earth country. So, we do have for those that haven't had them yet, we do have the cards and the crystals and the runes out because we are still in that transition from the new moon in Aquarius with the runes and the crystals. If you've had the runes and the crystals, you don't have to have them. You can have a different deck if it's not here on the table, for those of you that know the different decks I have. And again, as ever, the VIPs and mods and subscribers not only get the normal tarot cards, but they get the choice of the 3 oracles and the 3 normal decks as well. So you guys know you get the extras here because of that.
Okay.
Yay.
Because I messed up again with the spaces. I just had to.
Yeah, no.
By doing that, that should tell me they should all work now.
They should all work? That's
I
great.
can just.
When we were passing everything over, I wrote the commands down. I didn't think about it, about spaces, so I was just more intent on getting the right words. I forgot about the spacing.
There we go. Yeah.
So that's great.
Open readings. Sorry for the spam.
No, and it's just checking what's going on with the stream deck to make sure that it works, so that when we do open the queue, which he's doing for me, that it will pick people as it should do.
Are you Japan? Or are you not? Sorry, I'm just holding it this way for a second. I can still see stuff.
No, that's fine. It's just if we get that done, it makes it easier. Then I don't have to try and use the mouse and go into Streamlabs chat and into the chat bot and look for the queue and everything else. So again, you know, you can have your general reading, your specific question, you can have the new moon reading, and for those of you who haven't had it yet, who have 5 cards and above, you have the Empress spread for those of you that haven't had it, that reading yet.
It's probably giving you that little triangle thing because you're not quite holding it long enough.
Oh.
You don't need to hold it down, but sometimes if you press it too quick.
Okay.
So just press and hold for like half a second.
Fair enough.
The other space
That was
work.
me just using
Just
operator error.
yeah, so you just see how like
Just like that.
yeah,
Okay.
you'll almost see it pop up. Right, and
Don't do that because Heather's just joined the queue.
this one always took a couple of seconds to work.
The queue pick does, yeah, but we're just waiting because then it wouldn't pick anybody.
Nope.
Still not doing that. I think it's because the queue and pick needed the actual space in it.
It needs the space as well. So the other
Yeah,
ones do.
so we'll just put the space in the queue pick because that's what they picked up the other day, saying it needed. But you will be first in the queue, Heather. We just want to make sure that it's actually working and picking people up.
Yay!
Yay! We did it! Thank you, Elena. Thank you, Anne. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Either works. There you
So,
go.
Heather.
And you can close this because you don't actually need the program for it open. Okay.
Thank you.
Right. Off to see what Roxy's doing on top of my computer.
Yes.
I'll go check some shadows.
You like the new moon reading? Absolutely. So, which deck would you like to use? Would you like one of the 4 that are out? Now, I know you can't see them, so we'll let you know. We have the Wizard Tarot, the Illuminati, the Animal Totem, and or the Retrospective. So you can have one of those tarot decks, or you can have a different tarot deck, up to you. The Illuminati. Okay. Now you also get the choice of having the rune or the crystal with this deck, and that adds another layer to the reading. So you have the Illuminati for the new moon reading. Would you like the rune that goes with it or the crystal? The crystal. Okay. And the 2 moon cards to explain that a new moon is always a new start is coming. That's the message of the new moon. And because it is the new moon in Aquarius, bring love into this situation. That is the extra 2 messages that come from the Moonology Oracle. Hello, Tyrannical. I'm just starting the first reading because the ladies with the deck, but Tyrannical, you will be the next up, because I remember the other night it got so late, it was 3:15 in the morning for you, so you will be my very next reading. No matter who's joined, I promised you that you would go next in the reading because you had to go because of the time frame, so I have not forgotten. So welcome, welcome, welcome. And so I know, Miss you've gone into the cube. Tyrannical waited 5.5 hours, and it's just, we had a lot of people and he had to go because he was going up for work in the morning. So I said to him, next time he comes into the channel, and I'd be on today, when he came into the channel, I would make sure he was the very next reading. So I've only just started with Heather. She's about to have a new moon reading, and I promised you, and I keep my word. My name is Vera, and it means truth and honesty, and my word is my bond. So I promised you that I would make you the next reading, and I will do. It sounds fair. It's very, when I have, sometimes, I mean, my first day back on the Tuesday, we did, I think, about 2 readings, and we chatted. Thursday, it was like everybody knew I was back, and we had a lot of readings, and we had some big readings as well. So I did promise Tyrannical that because of that, he waited so patiently, and he said, I can't wait. In my time zone, it's actually 3:15 in the morning. And I went, no. He was so patient and so polite and so lovely about it. I went, you will get the next reading. So I do try to be fair. I really do try to be fair. So the new moon reading. We have you. The new moon, because it is a new moon, it's not illuminated, so it's darker. So now, because I need to make sure I've actually got the cards in the right spot, because I moved this, not coming up. We're a cozy bunch. I don't think that pops in here would kick up a fuss if they do your stream, your rules. Absolutely not. It's just trying to be fair to people that actually do wait around, and I don't like people to feel it is, but it's also, I try to be fair to everybody in chat, but I'm also trying to be fair to those who are supporting me by staying in the channel as well, because that's important. Now because I moved it to show you the Erasma, I just want to make sure you're getting all of these cards in. And you will notice, yes, and I don't normally do this, but it is the Australia Day long weekend. Tomorrow is Australia Day. It's like 4th of July in America. I am wearing koala ears, and yes, I am sporting 2 koalas on my necklace. They are holding on for dear life. So this will be the shadow card for this. This is your crystal. And regardless, there will be a new moon card. Now, you've already been given the messages that it is the new moon, and that is a new start is coming, and the new moon in Aquarius is bringing love into the situation. Thank you. As I said, it's actually officially Australia Day tomorrow, but like your Thanksgiving, we have a long weekend. So Anna will be streaming on Monday, which is our long weekend Monday. Australia Day is actually tomorrow. I love you, Pussycat, but I really need you off the table, my darling, just for the moment, because I don't have the big 90-degree camera on like that, so otherwise no one's going to see anything. As much as I love you. So, Heather, the Moonology Oracle card, as it's a new moon reading, I also give you an extra Moonology card, to tell you what is going on. And this card is saying conclusions are within reach, and it's actually the full moon eclipse. Now, as I've explained, the Moonology cards, it is not, there we go. It doesn't matter what the card is bringing up, it's an extra message. It's technically abstract way. I can wish everyone happy Australia Day today. You can, because depending on the time zone, it might very well be that it would be our official Australia Day. So you can wish us Australia Day. And if you have friends on Facebook, you can go, oh, happy Australia Day, because people will be doing it all over the weekend. So this particular card is a full moon eclipse, but the message that gets picked out from an oracle card is meant for you in the context of the other reading, and often gives other people in chat a message too. And the message is conclusions are within reach. So if you see the image of the full moon eclipse behind all those trees, it's almost like saying there's a conclusion you need to come to, which would be the moon. The trees are there saying it will happen, and it is within your reach. So the trees you can hold on to, and that's saying therefore the conclusion is within your reach. It is like everything else, we always think it's just that little step too far, but actually it is within your reach. So that is the extra message underlying what is going on with your moon reading. The crystal you have, I'm putting them on, just trying to make sure you can see them in the light. Okay. You should be able to see the tiger eye. It's not hematite. This is a blue tiger eye, a really, really dark blue, and it does shine a little bit like hematite. But if I leave it there and let the camera focus, this is blue tiger eye. So it's, everybody knows the orange and yellow tiger eye. This is blue. All of these crystals have been chosen, A, because Aquarius is an air sign, blue, communication, throat chakra. It also, we have the silver because Mercury is also a part of this mix. But the age of Aquarius is dawning upon us, and it is a whole total change. So every crystal here is being picked for its significance of being a throat chakra crystal, an Aquarian crystal, or specifically to help with the planetary alignments, the stellium that is still in place, but actually the new moon in Aquarius. This particular one is for intuition, seeing what is hidden. As in a normal tiger eye gives you that extra sight, the eye of the tiger. This one is saying what is hidden is also to do with your communication. So words and ideas and things you wish to communicate come out that have not been able to flow like they would have done. With the blue eye of the tiger, you will find that your communication will be more open. If it needs to be more direct, it will be. But watch that you don't get to the point where you are so open and so direct that the claws are coming out. It's making sure that you realize, as with blue, it is calm, it is balance, it is communication, it is those hidden messages coming out into the open that you need to say. The significator for you is the Ace of Swords. Being that it's swords, it's your significator. It's saying you have new ideas that you're thinking, and with the blue tiger eye, those new ideas you will be able to communicate in a calm, balanced, informative, logical, focused way. It is allowing you to realize that the ace is a gift from God, from the heavens, but it is a gift of energy that is coming down through. That is almost like a full download coming through to you. And when we see the crown, we know that it's a divine gift. So this is a divine gift, and helping you with your messages come through, and your thoughts and ideas to communicate them to the world. Sharp thinker, this one. Oh, I like that pun. I like that one a lot. That's very good. Very good. Anna's a great one for puns. I really like that one. I may have to steal that. When I see the Ace of Course, I'm going to think, Nali said sharp thinker, and I really like it. Yeah. Yeah, that's a definite 3-pointer, that one. That's a definite one. Your shadow card, and I wanted to have your significator out first. Your shadow card for the new moon. I am working on cat puns. Sorry, my pun brain is occupied. Is the Ten of Pentacles. So when you have the Ace of Swords, being a sharp thinker, I love that. And you have a Ten of Pentacles, that new idea, you are going to be able to communicate, and with the Eye of the Tiger, hone in and focus that thought into strong, valid, focused communication that will lead to the Ten of Pentacles. An earth sign, we know it's family oriented, being able to bring in all the family resources that you require. When the Ten of Pentacles is your shadow card, it's telling you you have this, and like the conclusions are within your reach, as is the shadow card. All of this is within your reach to have all the resources you want. I know you have a wonderful home, wonderful kids, wonderful partner and husband, but it's the other things that you're trying to get. And I know you've just started a new job, which will bring in more finances. Hello podcast, welcome to the channel and our Australia Day weekend. So having these together is letting you know that the new start, bringing love to the situation, the conclusions are in your reach. As you're a sharp thinker, thank you so much, Nali. Every time I think of it, I say it, I'm thinking of you. And that Ten of Pentacles, that wonderful family life. So that is a really strong foundation for your new moon, which is going to take you through the next months. As it's the new moon and is not yet illuminated, the card you have below is actually the Emperor. The fact that we are in a 4-year, this makes your moon reading fourfold more powerful, because the new moon in January, this is the very first new moon of the year. The fact that you have the Emperor in the year of the Emperor with the first new moon reading is saying new moons are going to be incredibly impactful and important to you this year. That sign of that card as your significator and your shadow card create your word, phrase for the year. When I use the shadow card, I would say with the Pentacles, that is, remember to stay grounded, because the Ten of Pentacles is the most grounded of the 10. It is abundance, but it is remembering to stay grounded. When you have this, and you have the Ace of Swords, the divine gift, saying, when you remember that the gifts coming to you are divinely given with the element of air, you will remember to stay grounded. So do not go and spiral up and be all in the head and all in the communication. These two are telling you, with your thoughts, communicate them, but stay grounded. So for you, the initial message from this, very powerful, is ensure that you are using your ideas, and the best way I can put it is sharp thinking, stay grounded, will bring you the foundations you wish to grow. Sharp thinking, staying grounded, create stability and reliability and foundation in the year 2020 for you. When you don't stay grounded and you don't do all of that, you have the 9 of Swords. That is when you are letting those thoughts overrun your mind and you're all in your head. You're not staying grounded. You're not building the foundation. You're not looking at the positive side. You are erring on the side of what can go wrong. This is the warning card saying when you have a lot of ideas, lots of new things happening, and you're trying to build this and the foundations, remember the tiger's eye. Focus on the positive. Do not keep focusing on the negative. If that is a habit you have of doing, that is what is bringing you down and stopping you reaching those conclusions, because can you see those are matching these? You stop yourself from reaching the conclusions because you are putting the barriers in the way by your thoughts. The barriers are not real. They're your thought processes and patterns that you are creating, stopping you reaching the conclusions that you actually want to come to. Does that make sense to you, Heather? Be I overthink and overanalyze? Yes. And you guys know I use this phrase, analysis paralysis. And I know it's been in the Discord when you and Dust Off Garley were talking and said, we know a certain tarot reader who uses analysis paralysis. And I do, because that's exactly what it does. Analysis paralysis is a killer. It stops all forward momentum all the time. And you are paralyzed in thought, and that overthinking then turns to stinking thinking, and you not only have analysis paralysis, but you have stinking thinking. So all you're doing is churning your mind in a quagmire of hopelessness. We don't want that. We had the 3 of Swords. And everyone said, oh, I hate the 3 of Swords, it's heartbroken. I went, no. Remember, swords are thoughts. This is physically, when you get caught with these thoughts like this and get analysis paralysis, we say words. Words hurt feelings. You get too much in your head all the time. And when we do that, sometimes the words that come out aren't coming out with bringing love to the situation, as we found in the new moon in Aquarius. And what you're doing is, instead of bringing love to the situation, because of the analysis paralysis and the stinking thinking, your words are hurting people's feelings. Literally, what you're saying becomes painful to hear. It creates hurt. So the new moon, when we don't have light on it, it's a new start coming, but because it's in shadow, because it's still starting, it hasn't got the sun illuminating on it, things are still in the dark. And sometimes those dark thoughts come out as dark words and hurtful. We don't mean to say it that way, but that saying, sticks and stones may break my bones, words hurt forever. So these 2 cards are telling you it is your year. We know from your readings it's your year. But remember, you can give yourself barriers by your thoughts, and you can hurt other people with those words without meaning to. I know it's not your way to do so, but it's that turning around and that sharp word that sometimes that creates the barriers. You have a lot of swords, because here you have the Princess of Swords. So you've not only got the Ace, which is all the new thoughts, you have the Youngest Court card, which is someone who is learning new ideas, learning new thought processes, learning lots of new things, as I know you are in a new job, and realizing, hang on, she's now at the top of my chair coming up. I think I'm being pushed out of my chair. Hello, Roxy. Yeah, I know, darling. Hello. Roxy attacked Anna's chair to get up on it to actually take the ears off her. I think she might be thinking the same thing can happen here, because at the moment she's sitting behind me and pushing me off the way of my chair. So when you have the Ace of Swords as the divine gift from heaven, you have the Princess who is telling you you are still in a learning phase of new ideas, new thoughts, new processes. The 9 here is the overthinking of what's going on can hurt people. But you do have the most incredibly wonderful grounded card here. So this is letting you know this is positive, so is this, so is the Queen. When you don't stay grounded and build the foundation for the Emperor, the really grounding cards and pushing yourself forward, these 2 cards are the ones that rear their ugly head and create a problem. She tried to eat me, or at least the ears. Yeah, I thought she was about to come up because I could feel her and she was pushing me off the chair to get up onto here. Yeah, she's now she's hiding in the big blue spotlight plastic bag, which is one of her favourite places to hide and think she's not seen, while she regroups and decides where she's going to hunt again. So does that make sense to you, Heather? That you actually have an incredible amount of positivity here in these 4 cards. It is when you allow the difference between the Ace to the Princess to actually have you doing too much. It does good, especially with this card. Conclusions are absolutely in your grasp. It's when you do that you realize you're actually creating the barrier, but it's through your thoughts. So all of that tells you these things are very easy to overcome. We know we can, but we also know it's not always easy. It sounds easy, but when we get in that spiral of thought, then sometimes it's hard to break out. And that's when you have to ground yourself. That's what the 10 of Pentacles is. Remember your family. Remember the Emperor and the grounding and what you're trying to build. Go back to the roots, go back to the earth element, go back to the reason why, rather than be all in your head. Be grounded. I can have a bit of a sharp tongue when I'm spinning in my thoughts. And that's what the 9 and the 3 of Swords are telling you, is when you are in your head with your thoughts, sometimes the analysis of what you're doing comes out, and it doesn't come out in the way we want it to. It comes out a bit sharper and a bit stronger and a bit more forthright than what we actually need to say at the time. And sometimes it's not the words, it's the tone and the inflection and the situation we say it in. And that's where that other card, bring more love to the situation, is quite often, that's when that helps us soften the words we want to say. We call in anger sharks, but the thoughts just keep spinning around. Yeah, exactly, the anger sharks. I like that one as well, because it is a bit like a shark tank and the thoughts are spinning around and they're just creating a lot of anger, a lot of tumultuous feelings that it's very easy to create that. So I'm glad that helped. That was your new moon reading. So I'm glad we were able to get that in because you've been busy working. So I'm glad we've been able to find that time for you. Now, Tyrannical, you are next, as we said, because you were not able to hang around because you've been waiting for such a long time on Thursday and had to get some sleep. You are the next reading, and then I will go back to the queue because this is a promise I made and I keep my promises. You just can't come around that way, sweetheart. I know. You guys not might see it, but she just literally leapt up. You probably saw the camera and everything go because the camera's in the light. She's coming up under my light, crawling underneath the pop filter through to now lay on. She's now laying on the rest of my computer table that side in front of the other monitor on the big long table screen like the neoprene. So hopefully she'll settle down. She's definitely I'm in stalking mode. Whatever it is I'm stalking everything. So Tyrannical, let's pick a card, a deck. We have the Wizard Tarot, the Illuminati Tarot, the Animal Totem, and the Retrospective Tarot. So if we pick a tarot deck first, and then we can decide whether you want a general question. Hello, Dustuff, how are you? Lovely to see you back. Thank you so much for your help the other night. I really appreciated it. Animal Totem. Thank you for helping out. I was having a bit of a problem and Dustoff came in and I very quickly made her a mod so she could sort something out for me because I didn't have any mods in channel and she very kindly offered to help out. I've taken it back off only because I felt really bad. I put it on for a situation. I thought I haven't even asked you about talking about that, so we'll message about it later. And I just went, I don't want her to feel she's now got that responsibility all the time. So I'm doing really, really well. It's our Australia Day weekend, hence why I'm wearing koala ears. I do not normally do this, but I'm wearing koala ears, which actually belong to Anna, my daughter, because she's been using them for her streams. And I've borrowed 2 of her koalas. The only thing is Roxy has been hunting the ears like she did with Anna. So she's now settled down, but I thought she was going to attack the ears and the koalas because she's very much in hunter mode this morning. No, I really did appreciate it. I really did. Tyrannical, do you want a general question or do you want a... I'll rephrase that. Would you like a general reading or a specific question? Not a general question. Well, it could be a general question, but a general question or a general reading or a specific question. Just get your... I can't talk. You'll go with the general reading. Okay. I was also going to do a poll, and I've got quite a few people in here. Anna, are you able to bring up that poll we had? I don't know if you can. Hang on, let me see. I can bring up poll here.
Or do you mean the one that you did in the bot?
Yeah, the one I did in the bot. No, I don't think it is.
If you just click on poll there,
I did.
Yeah, it probably doesn't save them.
No, what a shame. Okay,
Sorry.
no, that's fine. That's fine.
Save option.
No, I don't know if I put it in one of these ones. No, it's not that one. No. Okay. I had a poll in there that I was going to do that I was hoping I could save, but it doesn't let me save. 1, 2, 3. Because you guys know I have quite a few decks, what I wanted to do was do a poll so I could get some feedback on whether you guys prefer more Rider-Waite style tarot decks. So if in chat you can put Tarot RWS if that's what you prefer on the table, Oracle, Crystal, Fairy decks as the second one, so Oracle decks, Lenormand or Kipper as a third option. The fourth option was more the Hermetic, Kabbalistic, Esoteric, and the Thoth decks. And the fifth is there another type of deck that you would prefer to see? And if so, do you have any suggestions? Can you pick stir fry? Totally can't remember all that. Okay. Anna, can you put in chat Tarot RWS? Okay, that's option one. So if you like tarot, put tarot in your chat. If you would prefer Oracle, and by Oracle I mean crystal decks, fairy decks, any of the normal mythology, so Oracle decks in general. So Tarot, Oracle. So second option is Oracle decks. Third option is Kipper, the K-I-I-P-P-E-R, Kipper or Lenormand. So if you can put Oracle in chat. And Tyrannical, I need you to decide whether you want a rune or a crystal with this deck. Thank you. 1 tarot, 2 tarot, no, not tarot oracle, just oracle, that's okay. Kipper Lamont, it doesn't format, that's fine. So 1 tarot, 2, if you put like oracle, not tarot oracle, you'll pick a rune, okay. So tarot, oracle, Kipper Lamont. 4 is hermetic, Kabbalah, esoteric, Thoth. So that much more advanced type deck. 3 Kipper Lamont. Yeah. 4 is hermetic, Hermetic, hermetic Kabbalah. Yep. Esoteric or Thoth, Thoth, Thoth deck. Yep, it's fine. And 5th is other types of decks that you may prefer that don't come into those categories, or that covers most. So, and if you have another type of deck, can you tell me what it is you like? It might be gypsy decks, it might be a different other type of divination deck, or it might be something else you would like to see more of, because I'm trying to make sure, I know I pick different decks, but I would like to ensure that the mix of decks on the table is suitable for everybody. And then if we get a resounding 2 or 3 categories, I will then start asking for some suggestions of maybe a particular 3 or 4 favorites, and they get done in rotation so they're always on. Can you post a link for me? Yeah, do you want to do it? Is it to do with decks, dust off? Yep. Yeah, it's a bit like a straw poll. Yeah, absolutely. That would be great. As I said, I know there is one there. You can vote onto types. What I want you to do is, if you do it, put them in order. So I have an idea of what is your favorite. So if you want to put them in order and go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or 1, 3, 2, 5, I can then actually start looking. But if you actually say tarot, so if I see more tarot or oracle, so if you go tarot, oracle, you know, esoteric, Kipper Lamond, even if you put K-L, I'll know what you mean. It allows me to see what it is you really want on this table. Because this is an interactive channel, it's not just my choice of deck. I'm trying to include the community into what goes onto this table, what we read with, what methods of divination we use, and also what areas you'd like to have more input and depth on. And I know we've had a chat about a comparison with Rider-Waite versus Thoth in the big large cards. I'm trying to have you guys give me more input into how you would like this channel to evolve. Yes, it's my channel, but you're the community I'm working with, and therefore we work in partnership and in a symbiotic relationship of what it is you would like. Because I think that's fair. So, you just copied Anna's hard typing. Well done. Okay, so here we have the rune M. This is AWOS. I'm going to put it on white paper. Actually, if I remember rightly, on one of these. Yay! That's fine. So, if I do this here, that is, it looks like a big letter M, but this is actually the rune AWOS. Its meaning is movement, so M for movement, but the rune is AWOS. And her typos. AWOS is linked in the runic alphabet to a horse, because horse is movement forward. In the Bronze Age, the rune was also depicted as being linked to the sun, because they felt the chariot was being pulled towards and heading to the sunlight, and therefore to the sun god Ra. And in the Bronze Age, they saw it as the sun. Later on, they took it as movement, being illuminated, going forward, enlightenment towards the sun. The rune has had progressive interpretations depending on whether it's pure Scandinavian, Celtic, or that it has come through. So this is movement. It is linked to the symbolism of the sun and the horse for progress, going forward, going from the shadow into the light, progressing from one to the other. I'm not a proofreader. Oh, well, you know, you need to be when we type. It also, tyrannical, is for progression, transitions in your life, how you view your life in the transition of what is going on as progressing forward. And from that, it's your transitions in your work life, your home life, your personal life, any area that you need to progress your life. This is the rune that you call on to use to help you go forward with momentum. So that is what the rune is saying. Let's see what they're reading. Oh, excuse me, I'm so sorry. I can never spell Leo the bunch of vowels. Leo and a bunch of vowels. I think you're talking about Lenormand. It's Lenormand. Yes. Lenormand is the Zero deck I use, or one of them, and the Venetian one. So it's Kipper, which is the situational deck I use, and Lenormand. Len, Len, Ormand. So Len or man with a D on the end. Lenormand. Yeah. No, because I kept spelling it with an O, going Len or Mond, and it's not. It's Lenormand. So Len or man with a D. It's just remembering little tricks sometimes with tricky words. So tyrannical. This is your general reading. Let's turn them over. Remembering you have this room. We have here to start the Nine of Swords. When we get the same card in another reading, if it comes up 3 or 4 times in one session in different decks for different people, we call it a stalker card. And a stalker card is a card that has a meaning for everybody in the live session. If you have it personally coming up for you all the time as a stalker card, it means it's a message you are not taking notice of. So it keeps coming up to remind you. It's kind of like, okay, I told you once, I told you twice, I told you 3 times, I keep telling you and you're not listening. So, this is the second time we've got this card in 2 readings in a row. So this is saying this message is not only for tyrannical, it was for Heather. In other words, if there are other people in the chat this card may mean something to, take notice of it. If it comes up 3 or 4 times, I will know it is a card that is letting us see that there is an underlying message for everybody here in chat. And a lot of people are holding on to a lot of thoughts. So if we go back, this particular deck, we see, I need my glasses to double check. Yeah. This particular bird, table quake, absolutely. It is more than a tower moment. This is so much different. This is the earth shaking underneath you to let you know you are not taking notice. The black bird here, you can see all the trees behind, the swords with the black trees. It is down here. Can you see the window frame? It is styled like this deliberately. This is the animal grounded. It is on the ground. When it is grounded, everything is fine. Can you see, even though he's on the ground, his mind is up here because these are the thoughts. So although he's grounded, what he's looking at is everything up here. Because a bird is not used to being on the ground. He is used to being in the trees. He is not in his normal place. He's not in his normal habitat. He is out of his element. He is not on earth. He's actually on the ground, but he's not in the tree canopy, which for him would be the sign of air. The swords are the element of air, but this bird is not sitting up here in the element of earth. He is on the ground. He is out of his normal element. His thoughts are very much up here in the air. So can you understand the symbolism of this card? It's been very cleverly done. That there is a bird on the ground, and we'd say he's grounded. He is grounded, but that's the point. Birds are not meant to be on the ground. They are meant to fly. He's had his wings clipped. He is on the ground. He is not in his natural state, which is up here in the canopy in the element of air. And that's where his thoughts are, because all he wants to do is get back to here. You're getting there. No flight, exactly. He has no flight, therefore he is at the mercy of everything else, where he would normally be able to fly away and escape. He is stuck. He is paralyzed, not just by his thinking, but literally by where he is situated at that precise moment. His analysis paralysis is physical. Hello, now we have Ollie. Hello, Ollie. Did I talk about the word birds? And you went, where's the birds? Where's the birds? I better come and see. Like he's wishing he was somewhere else. Absolutely. Down you go. That way. That's it. Go get your sister. She's down there. Good boy. Exactly. He's wishing. It is like he figured it out and now wants to make up for lost time. I know. Only in the last day has Ollie realised this is where all the action takes place. He normally sleeps through. Now he's coming up like, oh, the light's on. I have to check it all out. What's going on? Yeah. He wishes he was somewhere else. He's wishing to go back to the safety. That's where he gets his food. That's where his security is. So he's feeling all those things at risk. So every one of those thoughts, those swords, those trees for him is, that's my safety, that's my security, that's my home. All of those things at the moment he's thinking of. And when we are thinking of different thoughts, it's often about the security of my home, my job, my resources, my family, what we're going to do, or a particular situation. I'm stuck in a situation. How do I get out of it and get back to where I was? So if something's gone wrong, it's how do I go forward, or how do I get back what I've lost? How do I go back to having the money in the bank, the mortgage paid off, or all my bills paid off and I don't have debt? Can you, hello? Thank you. Good boy. Down you go, because you're really big, and when you move the cards, you move all of the cards everywhere. So can you understand this very, very clever illustration of this bird being on the ground, and almost like the window pane, it's like he's imprisoned here and his thoughts are imprisoned up here, and there's a barrier. How do I get past that barrier to sort out my thoughts? It's the same for us. How do I get past this mental block so I can sort my thoughts out and get rid of the confusion and the anxiety and the analysis paralysis? Does that make sense to you, Tyrannical? And does it make sense to everybody else in chat? Because I really feel this card is trying to tell me that the concept of this card must be explained so everybody in chat understands it. Because I have some anxiety, so I do look for safe spaces and quiet time. This is making sense. Okay. This bird is trying to look for a safe space. For you, it would be maybe somewhere where you can, I won't say lock yourself away, but somewhere where you feel safe and secure. And it might be, I close the bedroom door so I mute out the sound of the rest of the world. Or I go and sit in the bathroom and I lock the door and I have a really long 2-hour bath or a long shower. Or I go in the shed and I lock the shed. Or I go into my hobby craft room and I kind of say, I'm working on something, don't disturb me, because it's a distraction of what we're really trying to do. So when we have anxiety or we have something that's troubling us, sometimes before we can get past that mental block to deal with it, we pull back from it because it's like, I don't know how to deal with this. So the best thing I can do is actually put myself away, increase the barrier so I'm not thinking about it, and I'm using distraction as a technique and strategy before my head can get around the mental block. Yeah? Okay. From there, we then have the Fool. Now, you go into your computer screen, yeah. Where does everybody else go when they're trying to escape? I know some people stream, some people play computer games, some people read, they'll go and binge watch Netflix or Disney or movies. Some people will run, some will go to the gym and work out, some people will comfort eat and binge eat while they're watching movies. Hands up, I do that all the time. It's give me a drink, give me chocolate, give me crisps, give me all the stuff I shouldn't have, and if I really can, pizza or Chinese or Kentucky Fried. You know, I'm a real girl. I like it all. As much as I'm trying to be healthy, it would not be the first time I go, oh, can't deal with that. Kentucky Fried and ice cream, thanks very much. It's how real it gets. Because we all go there. Hence why I'm trying to lose weight, because sometimes I go there a little bit too much. The Fool is very much, we see the cricket. Now, in the normal Fool, he has a long wooden stick. Yeah, I either do boxing training or go on the computer. So yeah, it's either I do something really physical, so I get myself so exhausted, I'm not in my head, or you go on the computer where it's totally taking you into another world, another realm, and you're not thinking about it because you can focus your mind on something you can lose yourself in. Absolutely. And there's strategies we all have. I will go onto Netflix. I will then, or sometimes I will go and read, and I'll do tarot stuff, and I'll lock myself into research, or I'll eat. But quite often, depending on what time of the day or the night it is, it'll be headphones on, Netflix, and I'm just gonna eat. So the Fool is seen in the normal tarot as a person, this one here, with a stick, often a dog, and a little backpack. Here we have the stick that the cricket is going over, a leap of faith. The red and the little bag on the floor here. He still has everything, but he's only small, but he leaps over things, and he takes a leap of faith that he will land somewhere safe. So the Fool is saying sometimes to get out of this, when we think we may have a direction to go in, instead of then trying to analyze if it's the right direction and everything else, sometimes we just have to literally hand on heart and go, I hope this is right, and we take a leap of faith and go, new start, new journey, I'm just going to go for it. And that is why the Fool, as people think, oh, I don't want to be the fool, that's being an idiot and not taking notice of things. It's not that. It's actually saying, I look at everything around me and I see there are so many possibilities, and I'm open to the possibilities, that I will take a leap of faith that no matter where I go, I am being led on the right path. I have faith. That leap of faith, whether it is in your own heart, in your faith, religion, spirituality, the universe, spirits, guides, angels, ascended masters, Akashic records, whatever it is you choose to help you take that leap of faith. That when I go, when I take that first step, when I open my arms and say, I am going to embrace this wholeheartedly, I'm going to take a new move, a new budget plan, a new health and fitness regime, whatever it is, to get out of this, to go further, to take this, it is a leap of faith. And sometimes that leap of faith is exactly the right choice. It's not having to be so tied down. It's going, I'm so constrained, I actually need to open up, and I need to embrace the world in a wider sphere to give myself more opportunities and allow opportunities to come to me, and me to meet other people and see what actually is out there, because I'm closing myself in. Does that make sense? That from this, to get from that out into the open, this is very dark, very enclosed, to get out into the open, to the greenery, to the blue sky, to that big blue sky thinking, we have to open up and have a leap of faith to go forward. Something like that did happen? In what way? Because sometimes readings are almost a validation, and it's like saying, I did something and I don't know if it's right, and the reading is almost like validating something that has happened for you to go, yeah, it's like it's saying, this is a signal, this is a validation, this is a signpost to say you're still on the right path. May I ask what happened, if it's not too personal to put in chat? Well, I had super long hair for like 7 or 8 years, and I decided to cut it off, and it felt amazing. And that's actually really freeing yourself, because having long hair, really long hair, can be incredibly time consuming. Just physically washing it and drying it and brushing it, even putting it in a long ponytail or leaving it loose, takes an incredible amount of time. I used to have not what I would call super long hair, but I had my hair down to here. And I did the same. I said to Anna, because she's a hairdresser, cut my hair off. And when you do that, you do feel lighter, you feel released, and it does feel amazing. It's just like, I'm a whole new me, I'm a whole new person. And and when you cut your hair off, it's like I've let all of the stuff that kind of was in there go. It is an incredibly amazing feeling. One of the Tarot Grandmasters, Benabel Well, who I have some of her decks, is Asian, and she has incredibly thick, black, long hair, like way past down the waist, almost to sitting on it. And every 5 years, she gets a haircut, and she donates it to the people who make wigs, because a lot of them with real hair, there aren't a lot of Asian people who cut their hair and donate it. Exactly. And so she cut her hair, and she always does at least a meter of hair every 5 years. That's a lot of hair. And it's not only the length, it's the thickness of it. It's huge. And she says the same thing. It is like I'm a whole new me, and I have had a whole fresh start by cutting my hair off. And that is that leap of faith of going, yeah, and it's amazing. She does it, and she's got to the point, she's done this since she was quite young, and in old system, if you donate a mile of hair in lengths, or something, or whatever it is, a kilometer, there's a measure, it might be a kilometer or something, I think it's a kilometer, and she's getting very close to, they keep saying she's just doing enormous amounts of hair. She's really getting to that point where she's almost topping their leaderboard of how much hair she's donated for her ethnicity of getting that type of real hair for real wigs. It felt like a security blanket type thing, but for me it was time to cut it. And it is a security blanket because we can hide when we have long hair. You can kind of like, have the long fringe, or you can kind of have it over the sides of your face, and you can kind of sweep your hair and your hair comes down like this or like this, and it kind of covers us, and it is a security blanket. It not only keeps us warm, but it kind of builds that barrier. It's like, no, you don't see me, you see my hair. So that is very much that card, that leap of faith. So this is validating for you that what you're doing, you're on the right track. We then have the Page of Pentacles. When you've made that leap of faith and you start feeling wonderful because you feel grounded, which is what Pentacles are, the Page is the first of the court cards. And as such, he's still learning and finding his way, as is this really gorgeous young llama, who, you can see all the llamas are being sheared. He's coming up to becoming to his very first shearing. And as you said, you cut your hair off. This is very appropriate because the llama is getting to that stage. He's still new, and he's going to have his very first summer cut for having his llama wool taken, which brings coins to the people who own the llama, but it is that next stage of his maturation of he's reached that yearling stage of where he can now be shorn, and he will help provide the resources and the security for the people who own this particular llama farm. But for him, it is, I'm losing all of this. So it's his leap of faith that they know what they're doing, that when they shear all his wool off, it will grow back. because he doesn't know that yet. He's at the very beginning. He's never had his hair cut off. He goes, I don't know what happens. I've seen it happen, and all of a sudden all my family have had all their llama wool taken off. And he goes, I'm next. What happens? Do I not get it back? Do I look like them all the time? So he's still learning the processes. But the fact that you've actually just had yours taken off and he's going through that stage, this is validation that when we reach that decision, it is a level of maturation. And the very first time you had your hair cut, you were probably a little bit afraid, a little bit worried. But each time you do it, you know it will grow back. But you also know that feeling that when you take it off, it gives you a fresh new start. I've never thought of that. Poor llama. Oh my God, I'm naked. Yeah, exactly. Animals, for the very first time they get sheared, that's why they put them all back together so they can huddle together, is because they only know having a full coat. But the very first time lambs, llamas, any of these the alpacas that actually get sheared for the first time, they don't know it's going to grow back. It is a leap of faith to them that the person who's looking after them and responsible for them knows what they're doing, because their leap of faith is they trust them. So he trusts the person who feeds him, looks after him, and looks after his whole family unit, knows what they're doing. He sees his mum, his dad, and everybody else being sheared, and then they start to take him next, and he goes, will it ever grow back? I don't know. But they all seem to be doing it, so it must be all right. So his leap of faith is, I trust these others. I've taken that leap of faith of trust, so I must go along with it. So, very much, this reading has been a validation for you, Tyrannical, that how you've got out of this, that leap of faith to cut your hair, having this card come up, is letting you know that you take the right decisions, and that when you take a leap of faith, you know full well that actually you've taken them before and they've been successful. So that leap of faith of cutting your hair is one way of you validating your judgment of when you take other leaps of faith to trust in yourself. This reading is a message to say, when things are going bad, when you feel you're in your head, get out of your head, listen to your heart, listen to that inner trust, that inner voice that validates your leap of faith and says, you actually really do know what you're doing, and that leap of faith is going to be for the better. Something good will come out of it. Don't fret. No cats on the table during that part of the reading. No, they didn't want their hair cut off. They were going, I'm not doing that. You're very welcome. And the cats do. When you groom the cats and the hair's in there, they sniff it and say, that's mine. Why did you take it? Where were you taking it? Where are you putting it? Because they don't know why you're taking it away from them and why you're throwing it. It's like, that's my hair. What are you doing with it? Where are you going with it? Why is that? I'm glad you enjoyed it. Now you get one more bonus card. You can have a universe card, a chakra card, or a Wicca card. Oh, that was the other one I was thinking about. Did we want to vote on universe, chakra, Wicca? Do you still like having them in here? That was cool hearing that, and that makes a lot of sense. A Wicca, please. I forgot to add into that poll, and I was looking at them, the universe, chakra, Wicca. Do you still like these in here? Would you like something else, or do you want to do away with these altogether? And I use just one deck, or do you like the choice of the 3 bonus decks? I don't know if I have too many decks on the table, or you want more choice. Your Wicca deck is the North. Now I have to take my glasses off because I need my distance glasses to see that monitor, but I can't read this. So this is the old me having to take my glasses off to read this because my reading glasses are over there. The final resting point on the magic circle, north, is the place of rest and renewal. I think that first sentence is very important. That first card of your analysis paralysis and the thinking and taking that leap of faith in between is that rest and renewal of where you have to go, I have to step back, decide what it is I'm doing to make the decision to take the leap of faith. It is the power of winter, a time when nothing appears to be growing, but inwardly the earth is gathering her energies for new life to begin. When we take a step back from our problems and hide ourselves away, this is the direction we're calling. We're calling on the north. It's kind of where we hibernate, we close ourselves off, we go inward, but we do it in a physical way. I step back from my surroundings and I cocoon myself as if it was winter and give myself that time to think and reflect and feel more energized because I'm not taking on everything else that's around me. I pull back. The north is the power of night, the time when the body lies sleeping, but the spirit is active, dreaming and learning. North stands for the white snow of purity and the focus and clarity of the elder. It is wisdom and knowing. So it is very much that pulling ourselves into the dark. And sometimes we might be watching a movie with the light off. We might be gaming with the lights off. We might be listening to music under the covers. And it is that feeling of cocooning ourselves and securing ourselves. But the spirit is active, saying, you're regenerating the body, which allows my spirit to have the energy you have left. And that's where the spirit comes through to help us create that decision and take that leap of faith. North is the direction to work with when you need to gain strength of will and clarity in your intentions. It is also the place of refuge, the place where you are able to retreat to find rest and rejuvenation. Yeah. Does that make sense with the reading you had? That when you have those feelings of being in your head and that analysis paralysis and that anxiety, we either shut ourselves away, mind, body, and allow ourselves to pull back, or when the spirit is active, we go, that's when you go boxing and go, I can be active, but I'm almost draining my body to the level of tiredness because I know I will rest. And the spirit's going, that's right, get out all the physical stuff, because then when you relax and rejuvenate and sleep, then the spirit can then take over because you've kind of got all that angst and anxiety out physically. It's all coming together. Really pleased. So this was what I call a validation reading. This isn't giving you new information or pointing you in a direction. It's a way of validating to you that the techniques, the strategies that you're using are working for you, that you are on the right path, that your leap of faith, your journey as the Fool, taking that leap of faith is actually taking you on the right path and leading you in the right direction. You are listening to whatever source is guiding you and you are on the right path. That is a validation to let you know that you're on the right path and that it is coming together and that you know that. And it's kind of like that, yeah, I am doing the right thing. I'm on the right path. Things are going to get better. Things are working out because I know I'm walking where I should be. You're very welcome, and I'm so glad you popped back in. And like I said, I promised you would get the next reading. My word is my bond. If I give my word, I keep it regardless. And when I say you will be the next in line, that's what I mean. So as I said, my name is Vera. It means truth. It is like a meditation too, sort of. It very much is. It's kind of taking you through, and those words and those images will percolate, and they will come through, and they will help you in the next level and the next stage. Something else may happen. It always does. And you'll think about it and you go, yeah, I know what I'm not going to get stuck in this so long. I know what I have to do. And it is very much a meditation of sorts like that. Very much. Now we should have our next one in line, and the stream deck should pick it up. Wake up new. Exactly. You pick one. Yay! It is working. Even after a break. Good. Mizu, thank you so much for waiting while I did Tyrannicals, and I really did appreciate your understanding that I had to let him through after waiting for... Many people face north when they meditate. Okay. Fair enough. I know a lot of Muslims and friends that I have face east for Mecca. And they face north when meditating. Okay, that was a bit of information I didn't know. And I know for people in chat, sometimes they'll just listen to their own and they'll pop in and out. It is amazing what information comes through on other readings as well. Now, for all of you that are in chat, and especially for those of you that have subscribed, I am at the moment talking to Kiwi Candy, who is the artist who is doing my emotes and my sub badges. The sub badges we have decided on, and the images are being drawn up. So, for subs that are in the channel, would you like to know what the sub badges are going to be, or do you want to be surprised? You're very welcome, Tyrannical. Oh, that's a lovely comment, Mizu. Really lovely. I love how caring and sharing and supportive and nurturing the community is to everybody else in this channel. I really appreciate that. You want to be surprised? Okay. In that case, I'm just letting you know that the images are being done. And subscribers, we are the channel of positivity. You are the Positivity Power Pack. But subscribers will have a specialty name, and you will have your sub emotes hopefully in the not too distant future. And Kiwi is working on those. We've worked on the images, and he's going to get some other sketches back, but they will not take too long. So they are definitely underway. So I'm just letting you know you have not been forgotten. They are coming through. We're working on some other emotes. We're doing the tower. Everybody wants... I want some sort of really positive one, so we're looking at some others. So if you have ideas of emotes or concepts you think suit this channel, I'm also open for suggestions, because we have another 2 or 3 to look at. So before they're finalized, if there's some suggestions of emotes that may also become stickers, then more than happy for channel to give some feedback and give some ideas of what you want. As I said, this is your channel and your community as well. I know it's officially my channel, but it's ours. It's a symbiotic relationship. So I'd like you to have some input from the very beginning. Especially when I have 10 founders, you should be able to have some input in a channel that you are a founder of. So, Mitsu, the deck you would like to have. We have out the Wizard Tarot, the Illuminati Tarot, the Animal Totem Tarot, and the Retrospective Tarot. Which deck would you like to have for your reading? Wizard? You also have the choice rune, crystal. Which would you like, the rune or the crystal? Rune? Yep. I can tell he's moved that because you can see some of that side. So it just cut me off a little bit. I need to a bit more there. Okay. Are you blaming the cat for moving the camera when it was a table quake? No, I'm actually blaming Ollie because when he went out, he kind of moved the camera. He actually moved the actual light because it's kind of moved because it was more that way. It was in between the two, is what I was saying. No, I knew what I was doing with the table. Yeah, the camera sits within the ring light, and as he went down, he pushed against the ring light, so he kind of pushed the angle of the ring light, which slightly moved the camera to go more onto the cards over here, is what I was trying to say. Yeah, that goes there. So, Mitsu, would you like a general reading or a specific question? Yeah, the camera sits actually where the ring light is, right in front of me. It has the Brio 90-degree camera right in the center of it. It sits on a big boom. So the camera is here, right there with the light, but nearly 3 feet away is the base of the boom for the microphone, and right on the very edge of the desk is the boom holding the ring light because it can go up and down and swivel. So they're both on big boom arms. So Mitsu, general reading or specific? What my question? What do my guides want me to focus on besides school? My last semester, fewer classes. What do you guys want you to focus on besides school? Okay. I remember the last semester, fewer classes, and we all know why there's fewer classes, because the work is harder, you're expected to do more, and you're also focusing on all your revision for exams coming up. I have 5 degrees. I totally understand the last semester of the year coming up to exams, and it seems like you have less assignments, but they tend to be the biggest ones and worth 100% of your entire grade. Yes, yeah. I have, I trained as a naturopath, but I have a degree with 5 majors as a science degree, a teaching degree, and 3 master's degrees. Trust me, I understand, and numerous diplomas and certificates. I understand what it means. Last semester when the work cuts down, you go, yeah, this is because I actually need the extra 160 hours a week to write the thesis I have to write with 250,000 words. Yes, been there, done that, know how it feels. Totally. What course are you taking? I am a study nerd. I am a total study nerd. My entire year of my life, the moment I started school, I have taken a formal course or class every year of my life and or done independent research. You're studying nutritional science. Very good. Where are you studying? California? Good for you. Lots of opportunities in nutritional science. Lots of opportunities. Okay. Why did I pick the egg and put it here? I felt very drawn to using the Orphic solidite egg for you. This is, as are all the crystals here, a crystal for the throat chakra, for communication. Solidite is one that brings more calming energy, gentler energy. It is the energy of truly opening up not only communication, but opening up through your words to spirit, and how to create a greater balance through your words and communication to get your message to spirit across. The cloudiness and the pale white is very much the energy of the pale blue being the communication, and the white through the egg of the spirit coming through the crown chakra down through to the throat to intensify the message out to the world that you're communicating. It's the one you're most drawn to. I have the dark solidite are these palm cards. Solidite is very much one of those, it's very tactile. I have the palm stones. You can see that there. This also is more the paler color of celestite, because it comes in a great range of colors, and this one almost seems to carry, and I love that it is the egg, it almost seems to carry the energies of the darker solidite and the much paler celestite, of being a guiding light to new beginnings in the egg shape. It's, yeah, these are, I have 7 of these that I use on the 7 chakras when I need to. I have different chakra stones, but I use the 7 solidite. But this one I often use with it as well, because it is the much paler and it almost has the energies of a celestite stone as well as embodying the solidite. And I really feel that your crystals, even before I start with the cards, I felt very drawn that you obviously are a crystal girl, and I really felt I needed to bring the extra crystals in, even though you have the rune. Because the rune is Anzus. And and it is the rune of signals. And it is like the letter F, but if you look, the arms are down. The other rune similar to this looks like a letter F, but the arms are going up. That's Fehu, that's possessions and cattle. This is Anzus, this is signals. This is looking out for signposts, signals, messages, symbols, understanding that there are messages all around you for you to take in and interpret that are bringing you non-verbal communication messages, but for you to read and use and see in your life. I had a dream I had symbols like runes all over my right hand. Yeah, you're obviously starting to realize that the power of your stones, and a lot of my runes, I actually use rune crystals, because you not only get the power of the rune, but you get the power of the crystal. Your reading is meant to envelop the signals of the rune, the solidite, and the celestite, and the symbol of the Orphic egg. Rebirth, regeneration, renewal, in understanding that there are new beginnings as you're coming to the end of your semester. And I haven't even looked at your cards yet. As you're coming to the end of your semester, there will be new growth, new opportunities, new beginnings. But you will have to break out of your shell to see them. You cannot stay cocooned in the egg, in the study environment, in the feeling you have in your head, and see the signs and symbols and the opportunities. So for you, the egg is the symbol of looking for new opportunities, ways of breaking out of the norm, of looking at things in a different way, where you are turning the egg on its head and taking it, and when you do that, can you see how it looks like a light bulb? You see you've gone from the egg of rebirth and regeneration, and when you break out, you see the light, and it's very much that aha moment of the light bulb switches on, and I see the new connections I have to make. New ideas, new connections, a new way of seeing things, a new way of looking, of illumination, of understanding how your crystals, your runes, signs and symbols are actually going to be very important for you to take you through the next 12 months, because they are going to lead you to opportunities. That's very important with what comes up in your cards, which I have no idea of, but this is very much what was required for you to start the reading. And remembering the signals and the palm stones. Internships in the next 12 months. It felt very much that the egg can sometimes be 9 months for gestation of birth, but it was very much, it was the whole 12 months, that we're at the start of the 12 months. It actually is a 12 months for you. Do you want card 1, 2 or 3 first? If you are chosen. I don't think it's if you are chosen. I think it's if you show them the abilities and they see that you are the right one, that the light in you and how you put yourself forward for that internship This is up to you. It isn't if you are chosen, it's if it's you ensure that you are the one that must be chosen. Does that make sense to you? If I'm chosen seems to say I have no control in whether they choose me or not. That's not the case. Your choice is to show them you are the very best for the internship to be taken on board. That is the first thing you have to break. Your thought process of if I'm chosen, not when I am chosen, because I have put forward the best application and I know there are others, but I'm showing them I'm unique and the internship is specifically for me. When you write your statement about yourself, that is very much key. Cards 1, 2 or 3 first. 1, 2, 3. I want you to choose the card 3. Okay. This is going to give you a very big pointer. Oh, look at that. It's an ace. That's a gift from God right there. You asked about your guides, what the guides are telling you to focus on. The guides are telling you very much, and I know your internship is over the next 12 months, but I think what has come up is the guides are telling you to focus on how you are communicating who you are in the real world to get your next level of opportunities, your internship. You're focusing on your last semester of studies, but this, the new egg, is new birth, new opportunities. This is about your internship and how you present yourself to the world. So, this here is the Ace of Cups. Can you see the figure is a mermaid? It's the element of water, her feelings, her emotions. What she has done is she's actually diving into the water. She is, as you are going to be doing, diving headlong into the next year. Not talking about your semester of study. I know you've got that already under control. Diving into the depths of the unknown. She doesn't know what is under there. But that gift, that holy grail, that gift from God is telling her what is under there is divinely given. The aces are a gift from God. It is a sign and a message from your guides. I was going to ask about water before I chose this question. That is the element of water. The ace of water is very much the opening up of water, opening up of emotions. Water is incredibly important. And why were you going to ask about water? What is significant about water to you? Because the ace is new beginnings and it is to do with water and emotions and feelings. But it is the element of water. Because I know you're doing nutrition. As in water, as in drinking nutrition, water as in waterways, openness, lakes. What is it about water you were going to ask? Because I think that's a very significant point. Because you chose that one in that order. It was the first card to come up. You've almost drowned twice. Okay, so water doesn't have a very good track record for you. And yet I think this is saying diving deep into your emotions, into your feelings is very important. You may have some You're wondering if you should try swimming again. This is actually the mermaid going into the water. I think you probably have a fear of the water because of drowning. Don't blame me for that. And I do think maybe that fear is something that holds you back from doing other things, because you may find opportunities where you have to cross water, where you have to feel that conquering some things in your past may very well open you up to understand that if you can conquer that feeling, nothing can scare you again. You can conquer everything. It is a way of letting go and releasing the past and your demons. And we're coming into the year of 4, the Emperor year, where letting go of past habits and behaviors and patterns that no longer serve us. I would go to a proper swimming instructor, explain what has happened and the circumstances surrounding it, and say, you want to get over your fear, you would like to start swimming again, but because you have almost drowned twice, then it is a way of totally giving yourself a level of power over your body, over your will, over your spirit, and it will be an empowering and enlightening process to approach the water in a different way. The fact that you chose this card first, and it is a mermaid, this is a very elemental deck, and she is diving into the water even though it is unknown and unseen. So I think underlying your question, the cards have picked up on that and said, although this is about your internship, actually conquering another fear will let you realize how strong a person you really are, and that you won't let your fears and doubts actually stop you from writing an incredible internship about you, and maybe actually explaining as part of it that the process for you of breaking down your own fears and doubts about how far you can go is the fact that you are taking on that fear of drowning and you are breaking down that barrier to go forward. It is a very powerful statement to say, I've had something happen and I'm not letting it define me. I'm actually taking it head on and I'm powering through and I am overcoming my fears, because I know in the future there will be obstacles, and if I can overcome my fear of swimming after nearly drowning twice, I know there is nothing I can't take head on and that I can't work through. That is a very powerful message to send to anybody in a board, saying, what is the character of this person? Internships are not just about the study. It's about who you are, how you're evolving, how you're growing, and who you're going to grow into. And being able to overcome that level of anxiety and fear is incredibly powerful. Does that make sense of how that relates? Life is so fragile. Those experiences taught me that. It is, and it's fragile. And if we stay in that fragile state, everything about us is fragile. We're not strong. We're not able to go through. We learn from our mistakes. We learn from when those things happen. And the more we power through and empower ourselves, the greater we become in handling crises and circumstances that are beyond our normal control, and working through them in a positive manner. So, card 1 or 2 next. I used to be a swimmer, and a very strong swimmer, and I swam competitively, and at the age of 10 made an Olympic team. So the power of an instructor, they teach you more than just swimming strokes. They're incredible coaches and mentors as well. Baby Draco, you certainly can get a reading. If you stay in channel for a little while, you'll be able to accrue in-channel currency, which is pentacles, and you only need 10 to join the queue. Or you can follow and you'll get 20 pentacles, and as the bot picks up, then you'll be able to join the queue for a free reading. Yeah, so I can understand it's very difficult, and I've swam in the ocean as well as pools. So yeah, very definitely get an instructor. Number 2. I like this. Thank you for the follow. The bot will pick that up. It goes on a 10-minute rotation, so depending on whereabouts in the rotation it is, I don't have access to that. That's what it gets all done automatically. The bot will pick up, so give it a few minutes. The bot will pick that up, and if you go exclamation coins, you'll be able to pick up on when you've got the coins, and then you can put exclamation join and join the queue. You like that incorporated into your application? It makes you stand out, and it's saying I've taken something that's held me back in other areas of my life, and I'm addressing it, and I'm going forward. And even if you're still in the point of still learning and getting back in the water when you have your application interview, the fact that you are taking concrete physical steps to overcome that obstacle in your life and go forward shows your character and strength and your resilience to battle through something. Because as you go through life and doing internships, things will be thrown at you and they will test you to the metal. The fact that you're doing that tells me you are someone who is willing to overcome adversity. There you go, you've been able to join the queue. Terrific. So you're straight in the queue. Well done. This here is the initiate. This is the equivalent to the fool. This is a whole new journey. This is understanding that you are being initiated into a new journey. This is the school of magic. This is the Wizard Tarot. And the initiate is someone who is going to school. The academy is in the background, Mandrake Academy. The moon is there. We are in a new moon that's actually showing an eclipse. It's showing a new start. It is showing very much that the internship for you, a moon is a period of time. We know for you it's going to be 12 months. This initiation, they actually do 12 months at Mandrake College to go through to their first level. So this is saying the 12 months of the internship is very, very viable. It is a leap of faith. You have to believe you have what it takes. The signals, look around for the signals, the symbols, understand the crystals, the rune, the egg, that you have the power and the ability to take that leap of faith. Do you remember we actually had the leap of faith in the cricket? Do you realize now we also have this card? So we've had 2 cards come out in 2 readings. This one's a different deck, different meaning altogether. But this deck is also saying, as the initiate, your leap of faith, you believe in yourself. You understand, you understand that you have all it takes to learn and take on board the changes that are going to happen in the next 12 months. You are called to service and you want to help. That is exactly what that card is about. It is learning the elements. It's learning to understand the elements. And nutrition is made up of its own basis of elements. It is natural. The food comes from natural sources. I trained as a naturopath. I have trained in nutritional science. I also, with my science degree, trained as a botanist, so I understand the actual plants from botanical science that go into the food sources for nutrition, and herbs as well. So this is telling you that by understanding the elements, your nutritional science, the chemical structure, understanding how they all relate, how the carbs, how the proteins, how the sugars, how all of that work together in nutritional science, you understand that you're taking a leap of faith, understanding that what you're learning is the foundation in our Emperor year of what you're building for the year to come. You overcome your difficulties, you dive in. Water, biggest element of all in nutritional science, is drinking H2O. As a naturopath and as a scientist and when I was working as a physical therapist, my biggest thing, and my daughter will tell you, we have bottles of 8 packs of water backed up 6 to 8 high. I have most times here 60 to 100 litres of water in the house because water is the most important element on earth for us as human beings. So for you, you have the water here, you have what is going on and understanding the elements, and we are literally in blue, the element of water, as is that. And water is one of the bases of the elements of everything you'll be talking about in nutritional science. If there is no water, chemical reactions cease. Absolutely. And it's also the 80% of water that we as human beings are built on in intra and extracellular fluid. So the element of water for you is central to your nutritional science and to your swimming and to your new leap of faith that you can get the internship. And this is the fight. This is the wands of fire, another element, but the fire of passion, of ambition, of career, of desire. The 7 here. This in other ones is almost having 7 people battling you. The internship, you will not be the only runner in the race. Fire is also an ectothermic reaction and is also part of nutritional science. But this fire element is telling you that for you to get a placement in the internship, you have to be better and stand in front of everybody else. You have to rise to the top of the pack. You have to use your passion, your drive, your ambition, that fire in your belly to actually get through and show them that you are the best person to take. I know how hard it is to write an internship application. I went for an international internship at CSIRO when I was doing my degree, and ours was international. It wasn't just in country, it was all over the world. And I wrote my application thinking they get about 2,000 applications a year for this internship at CSIRO in Canberra in Australia. And I went, it would be perfect because it's in my hometown. It is 5 minutes away from where I live. It would be the dream internship of a lifetime. I could still be with my family, my children, everything else I'm doing. And I got the letter and I was offered first position out of 10 interns who were being taken in from all over the world. So it can happen, and we don't believe sometimes that we're the one that's worthy of it. But trust me, when you work hard on your application and you believe that you have worked hard enough to be the one they choose, not if they choose, but the one they will choose, then it works. And as I said, I totally understand where you're coming from. I have applied for that level of internship and got in. And yes, I was amazed, and it is that, oh my God, they chose me. But I went, no, I worked really hard. I worked every holiday doing something that I could add to my application so that when I went for those internships, I knew that I would stand out, that I had worked hard to become the applicant they couldn't turn down. So now you have a bonus card, Universe, Chakra or Wicca. I'm used to doing it because I used to mentor other students. So, and because I was a mature student, I would mentor a lot of the younger ones, Universe, who had just sort of come from college where I had done other studies. So, because I trained as a naturopath before I then did my science degree. So when I give explanations like that, it's because I'm talking from experience rather than hearsay. It's because I have physically done that myself. There isn't a soul on the planet who doesn't crave your approval. I need my glasses off. The only difference between a friend and a foe is that you've decided where love can grow. So in your circle, if you feel there is someone you're not getting on with, it's not because they don't like you or don't want to be part of your circle of friends. It's because you've decided that's not where your love and friendship can grow. So this is us saying sometimes we need to take responsibility of how we act and interact with people, because we feel that they're mirroring something about us, and quite often that's why we won't give them a chance, is because we see traits in them we don't like in ourselves. And that is, they want your approval because we actually want our own self-approval. And when you see somebody who you go, oh, think again what it is about them you don't like, and see whether that's a trait that they've got that you have in common. And maybe that's something you can bond over, and you can start to realize that you have a lot more in common than you thought. And that's where love can grow, in the commonality of maybe the trait you don't like about yourself that you see in them. But is everybody wants your approval because you're a very nice person, and they want that approval. We all seek approval of our peers and our friendship groups. It is a good reminder the universe sometimes gives us something very flowery and very pretty, but especially if you're going to be dealing with lots of other people, sometimes when you're going into a new environment, it's very much that, oh, I don't think they like me. It's actually, no. What have I done that they don't like me? Maybe I've seen something in them and it's mirrored something I have that I really don't like about myself. And that's why I'm kind of projecting. But good luck with the application and everything else going on, and the rest of your semester. Now I'll pick the next one, but again I want to remind you, the reason I'm wearing the koala ears, and I have the koalas on here, hello podcast, is because this is actually Australia Day weekend. And a lot of you that are recurring friends, you know that I'm raising money for World Wildlife Fund Australia because of the fires we've had here in Australia. I am an Aussie girl. I live in Perth. We have been more fortunate than the eastern side of the country. Hence why a lot of us are raising money, because the people in the east have lost everything. We are blessed and fortunate and grateful that we still have a roof over our heads and all our belongings and our health. They have lost everything. So we are raising money for the animals that have been injured through these fires. And it is not just the immediate rescue efforts that are needed for our wonderful... Thank you so much for the reading and the well wishes. You're very gifted. Oh, thank you, Mitsu, very much. For those of you that follow, please make sure you use the notifications and follow me on Twitter. If you've liked a reading, if you go down to my website, it gives you my email, vera@tarotdna.com. If you would like to write a review on your reading, then I can go through that and put it up on my website for others. And if you will, rate me out of 5 stars, and whether you'd recommend me reading to others, because I read 3 different time zones internationally. You can either put your name and your initials and where in the world you come from. Would be great. Thank you very much. And as for anybody who's done a reading and hasn't done a review, I really appreciate them. But if you do follow me, you get the notification, and you follow me on Twitter, if you have Twitter, please, when you get it, to grow our channel, please retweet the notifications of when I go live and what I'm doing. That's really helpful. If you've liked the reading and you feel you'd like to go the extra mile, instead of donating to me personally, which is always wonderful through my PayPal, but right now we're really focusing on making our first goal of 300. Anna's working on hers. She's further ahead than I am. She's going to do a cooking stream. If I get to 300, I'm going to do Twitch Sings. So, and if I make 500, I may very well play a game, which is something I do not do on stream. So that will be a first. So podcast, hello to you. How are you doing? Hope you're doing well. Thank you for joining the queue. Twitch Sings, yes. I will put up a very short list of songs if I get to 300 for Twitch Sings, because I don't sing in public. Used to sing in church a little bit, but I'm glad you're well. So I thought it's all about doing something you would never do. So I'm going to jump in and I'm going to do a Twitch Sings. And then if we get 500, play a game. And if we get more than that, dye my hair. It's like karaoke, you'll have fun. Well, I might have fun. I don't know whether you guys will have fun listening. But I will do Twitch Sings. I have downloaded it and I've had a practice. So, because I've never done karaoke before either. So it's a whole new experience for me. So, but you guys have a whole $160 to donate to get me to 300 to do Twitch Sings. Or I said at 250 I'd start, and then over the Twitch Sings I need another 50 to make the 300. So you've got a choice of getting me starting at 250. Viewers can pick the things like the type of voice you have, like sing it as a chicken or a metal band. Oh my goodness, I didn't know about that part. Oh, we'll have to have all the crazy stuff in. I'm up for the crazy stuff. I'm really up for the crazy stuff. So, okay. I'll make it 250, which is 110 away. Hoping I will get the other 50 while we sing. And I'll have it that all the filters and all the crazy stuff are on. And we're trying to get face masks as well. We can't quite get it set up, because I was going to let you put face masks on me at the same time. So I can sing like a chicken and look like a duck. Sing a musical as a chicken. Yeah? So, yeah. It'll be an interactive stream. A really fun one. Absolutely. I'll have a little, feather up here. Yeah, I'll stick some feathers on me. So, podcast. I'm happy to it's for charity. I'm happy to look like a total idiot on stream for charity. Absolutely. And then in February, we're actually having, I think Anna will correct me, a stream train. That's where with the Twitch bar, we're all raising money for WWF. And we have a whole day where a lot of streamers, and we do the whole, as many streams as we can, and we do our 3 hours, so it'll only be a 3-hour stream I'll be on. And that's the stream I'm going to do my game card challenge. So there will be no tarot decks. I will be reading, sight unseen, never played the games, have no idea about them, Magic the Gathering, Pokemon, and if we can get some, Yu-Gi-Oh cards. It's now on a Saturday in February, so we're getting some people to help out. I've been donated for the use of, to give back afterwards, 2,000 Magic the Gathering, 100 Pokemon. We're trying to get some more Pokemon and some Yu-Gi-Oh cards. And Anna and 3 friends will put them into decks of 80 for the Magic the Gathering, decks of 50 for the Pokemon, and depending on how many Yu-Gi-Oh cards, if we can get them. And they will have numbers on, and you will pick a deck, and over 3 hours I will try not to use the same deck, so every time I'm looking at images I haven't seen before. So I haven't seen them, I haven't played the game, I don't know anything about the game, so I'm seeing cards I've never seen, answering tarot-like questions on stream live for charity. So that will be in February. I'll let you know, but that will be my gaming challenge, and I hope to have a lot of people in here from tarot readers and gamers who trolled me, and I turned it back and said I'd take on the challenge, but only if they came back in and laid down some money and watched me do tarot reading with gaming cards. So podcast, on that note, while we still have tarot decks on the table, because for that Saturday we will not, it will only be gaming cards that will have pieces of paper on with numbers on. Which tarot deck would you like? Wizard Tarot, Illuminati Tarot, Animal Totem, or Retrospective? And that's one when I want you all to, we'll be putting it out as soon as we know the day, to get as many people here. Save up your pennies, because we really want to raise a lot of money in that 3 hours. And if I make any goals, and I'd like to have made the 300 by then so we can work on the 500, and to do exactly that. So which deck would you like? What does the retrospective look like? This is the Ciro Marchetti reworked Tarot of Dreams, and it is the silver gilded deck. So it's that deck there. Has the paler, but has the Palace of Dreams, and it's the other. So it's the reworked. You'll give that one a try. Okay. And do you want the crystal or the rune that go with this deck? The crystal. Okay. General reading or specific question? And you can give me a specific question that's not money related, or you can just have a general and see what comes up. Let's do general? Okay. Still trying to work on wording my questions, that's fine. If you always want a question, I'm always happy for you to kind of tell me what it is you want, and then I can try to word it in a way that we're getting an actionable response from the tarot cards for you. The cards we have at the moment, so you can see we have at the top the Three of Coins, which is Pentacles, which is grounding, which is earth. You then have here the High Priestess, Major Arcana, one day, that's absolutely fine. And you have the King of Swords, which is the Court cards. So in this 3-card reading, you have a Minor Arcana representative of the 40 Minor Arcana cards, a Major Arcana representative of one of the 22, and a Court card representative of one of the 16. So you have a mix of the 3 separate categories of a tarot deck. So that makes the reading in 3 cards, having all 3, incredibly balanced. So it's a very balanced, very even, very open response, because it is giving you something very detailed oriented in the Minor Arcana, very broad reaching on the major arcana, an archetype, an umbrella, a major theme in your life. And also with the court cards, a person, event, or situation. When there is only one, we tend to look at it as a person, but we can interpret it as an event or situation as well. So that's the overall theme of your reading. Is that it is balanced. When we bring in, this is a blue lace agate crystal. I'm going to put it on here just to show you. Because it's a pale crystal, but you can, in the light, can you see on the white, the lacy stripes? Can you see that now? There's 3 distinct, almost lines with a bump in the middle of them, the full length of the crystal. That is the lace insert into the agate. That's what they call the blue lace agate, and that's why, because it has the lines of almost like wavy lace coming through. The blue lace agate is very definitely one of the major stones we use for the throat chakra and communication. And the blue lace agate is a way of saying each one of those lace strands is a way of allowing our communication to come out in a very well balanced way, a well toned and modulated message, and with clarity. Having the 3 lines on this particular crystal is saying we have context, tone, syntax and modulation together, all when we communicate through the voice with this chakra stone. So adding up to these particular ones, having all 3, your communication will also be balanced in all areas of how you can have intonation, context, tone, the way you speak, how you speak, the situation that you're speaking in, and what you're conveying. And that's before we've actually really looked at the cards. The fact that the 3 of that stone, of the lace, also corresponds to the 3 here, is letting you know that the 3 of Pentacles is mastery. It is someone here on this particular deck is showing how they're very cleverly working with 3 different ideas. See the 2 here at the top? These are the 2 very much that are up here, ready to be worked on at another time. Can you see the focus on this one? He's actually working on this one. I'll bring it down. Intently. You see how clear that is? The other 2 are up here, but he's working on that. So this is grounded, this is resources, this is very much the epitome of care, attention and detail. And I know you got this in another deck. So I know this message is a bit like it's stalking you and saying, this is the one. And I know we talked about you had 3 ideas, you were thinking of 2. There is one specific. That's not me. That is the card saying there are 3. He's a master of what he's doing. He's got 3. These 2 are here. You can see they haven't got the fine detail. It's like he's got them to the same stage, and then he takes down one at a time, and he does the finishing touches to one at a time. Yeah, I decided to focus on one at a time, so I picked the one that takes the longest. That's validation of the choice you picked. You can see how he's really focusing and concentrating on this one. And if you look at it, and I know it's close, can you see it does look bigger than the other 2? It's almost like this is the prime one. This is the central one that all the others are going to fit around. So I think that's exactly giving you the validation of the choice you made is perfect. And with the 3 below there, that's saying when you actually go to communicate that project, not only will this 3 and the other 3 you had the other day be behind you, but that blue lace agate throat chakra card will help you communicate everything about this project really, really well, with clarity, focus, and all the elements that you need to get across to make it successful. So that is really, yeah, got a few more left to upload it to make it whole. Yeah, it really seems like this is very much, it's validating the struggle you've had, and I know it's been an ongoing process for a long time, that you have so much talent and so many things you want to do, and I know the universe and the guides are coming to you almost like the 8 of Wands, and they're just going whoosh, 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 whoosh. You've got so much coming at you, trying to sort that out and go, what do I take? What area do I go? And how do I finance and get all the resources and everything that I need to make this as professional and slick and exactly how I need it to be? And this is what you're doing. It's focusing on the present, one part at a time. And then when you've done that, you put that bit away, and then the next. And then when all of a sudden you look up and you go, wow, I've actually done a whole lot more than I thought. And together, it's enough that someone goes, I can see what you're doing. That's when we can jump in. We now have the High Priestess. Yep. No. That way. Should have been a hairdresser. I don't understand how to do things in reverse. I'm rubbish at it. And it's great being a hairdresser. She can look in the mirror and she knows exactly where she's going. I always do the wrong way. Rubbish at that bit. That's great because I was getting sad and had stopped. No, this is, I think this reading, like Tyrannicals was, I think this is giving you a validation of the decisions you're making are absolutely spot on. That mastery card of the 3 of Pentacles is very much, this is where the commissions come in from. This is where the money starts. This is where the pentacles start from. The Ace is the gift from God. That's the beginning of the seed of the idea that you're getting grounded. The 2 is actually getting things together. The 3 is where you actually start on it. And that's where people see your mastery. And that's where you get commissions from. And that's where the money starts. If you remember the other one, it had the big long roll. It was the Apocalypse one, where they had the Oriental couple. And they had the long scroll. And that's all the stages. Yes, I'll be back into it. I think you will. This here, sorry, I wanted the High Priestess. I had it round the other way. The High Priestess is that there is some insight that you have internally that you haven't yet brought out into your projects. The High Priestess is looking behind the veil. It's almost that I'm seeing the unseen. It's not like the Hermit where we go inside for answers. The High Priestess is moving that veil. It's almost like there is something there at the tip of my mind, and I have to go inward and think about that and meditate a little bit and go and see what is hidden from you. That there is something within you that you have not yet put into that project. It is still hidden, but it's going to make a difference, a big, big difference. So maybe it's something you've used before and you haven't thought about bringing it into this, or it's something that you don't believe you're very good at and that it's not the right time. But I think when you go in and you look at it from a different perspective, you'll go, that will make this stand out in a different way. It will add a different dimension, a different quality to it. Say that again. Okay. The high priestess is you having something hidden within you, something that you are not bringing into your work. It can be something that you've done before that was successful and worked, but you haven't thought it was right for this project, for this. And yet when you look within and look back, you'll actually go, no, that will bring a different quality to this project, to this item, to exactly what I'm doing. I just hadn't thought about it. That's the new perspective. But it's something hidden within you that you've not focused on doing with this project before. Say that I meant that you're meant to look inside and look back and reflect on things that you've kind of hidden. And it might be a skill or an attribute or a previous project where it worked, but you didn't think it was transferable to this one. Or there is something within you that you're not bringing out. Does that make sense to you? It could be many things, but I think when you look within, kind of take that quiet time and think about other things you've done, and I think you're going to find you will hone in on something very specific that you've kind of been keeping hidden, and it needs to come forward. When my creativity kicks in, I go into a zone, so I've had other projects and things I've done. I think it's something that you don't normally do. It's something hidden. When it's the high priestess, it's something quite deep within you. So it wouldn't be something that you do over and over again. It would be something very different. Something that isn't something you do all the time. But it will put a different spin. It will bring something out. Either the way you approach it or something about it is going to create almost like that missing link, that missing element that you need. It may also be a person, an event, or a situation that when you look back, somebody gave you a helping hand you haven't thought of. This is the King of Swords. The king is someone who is a master at the element of air and communication in all forms, in the spoken word, the written word. Universe, give me clarity. I think what it's trying to say to you, the universe is giving you signs, and it's saying the clarity is there, but you actually have to go within to find it, because I think you are hiding the clarity away. You are so focused on the outer that the clarity is in within, and you need to go within to focus a little bit more. And the king, the communication king of swords, will help you bring that clarity through your mind in how you go from the high priestess with what you're looking for, that clarity within, to communicating that clarity either to another person who is going to be able to help you, or an event, or a situation, or you yourself realizing that when you bring that out, with your mastery of what you actually do, all of a sudden, at the right time and place, you will be the one to have the mastery of communication to get the whole idea of what you're trying to say and do across to someone of great importance. And I know this is a very long-running theme, and I know we're not doing your work reading, but the cards keep coming out in a way to give you more signposts. Say, do not give up. You actually do have this, and you are going through the journey, and when you look back on how far you've come, you will realize you're a lot further ahead than you thought. And what you're doing is taking it to such a huge step beyond what your wildest imaginations thought. And you may even be breaking new ground. But whatever it is you're doing, the universe says there is actually a lot of support out there, and it's trying to show you how you tap into that. But the first thing is you have those abilities. It is the connection card of the High Priestess, of looking within, of realizing how much you have within you still to bring out. And I don't just mean creativity wise, in other ways of looking at things. And it might seem very cryptic and not as on point as some of the other readings. And that's because I think the place you are in your projects, in your life, the cards can't give you the absolute 1, 2, 3 step, because there are options that are still available to take things in different directions, and there is more stuff to bring out. And that's why you're not getting, it is this, 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 and this. And that's why you're seeking more clarity. And every time the cards are saying, as you understand one focus and you take one action, the cards are coming in to show you're on exactly the right track. And as the time goes on, the more cards are given to show you that clarity and take you on that path. Because I know focusing on one project and working on that is very different to the approach you were taking. So you have made huge strides in changing your approach and how you're doing things. And the cards are saying that was the right thing to do. Now this is the next step. It is giving you clarity. It is giving you a very slow step-by-step plan, because it isn't a race to the door, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and that's it done. It is showing you step by step as you do things and as you change. The universe is then reacting to the action you've taken, saying, right, you've done that action, we've done that step, and now we're bringing you the next. So it is actually giving you the steps along the pathway, but it's not showing you the whole journey. And that's what you think is clarity, is knowing the finish line. And the universe is saying, you can't have the finish line yet because not everything is in place for the finish line to be seen. I wanted to make doors for the universe to have a way to provide for me. The universe is actually doing that right now. The fact that you come back for the readings and you are taking action on those, this is one of the doorways the universe is giving you guidance. This is your doorway. Every action you take is opening that door wider, and the universe says, great, he's understood, he's listened, he's now opened the door a little bit more. As you do that, the universe says, now it's easier to get the flow of information through. As you go within, the universe will give you more information. Say, that's it, you're starting to bring back things that are there that are hidden that you have forgotten about. Because there's actually a lot more within you. And the High Priestess is saying, it's actually there. You're still having to unravel what you've put down what you've hidden, and that's coming through. You felt you wasn't doing enough or putting in enough work? No, I think you're doing exactly that. The universe is saying it's not the quantity. This is quality. This is focusing. You can't do 10 projects at a time. It's like the 10 of Wands. You can't deal with 10 responsibilities all at once. In the moment, you deal with one. You might then go on to another, but in the moment, you deal with one project at a time. And the universe is saying, deal with one thing at a time. Otherwise, you become scattered and you have no focus and you'll never have clarity. You need to focus, and that's what you're doing. When you focus and you calm and you look within, that's when answers come. When they come, then you realize the King of Swords, the ideas, the ability to put those ideas to someone or an event or a situation that is going to showcase what you're doing. The universe is providing you a step-by-step blueprint all the time. What it's not doing, what the universe doesn't do, is show you the whole road. That's where the faith comes in. If you are traveling across country, you don't get in your car and see the next 1,000 kilometers. You only see to the end of the road. And then you take the turn and then you see to the end of that road. But you trust the destination of where you're going. And you say, I don't know my destination. You do. You're working towards it. But when you're doing creative work, the destination can change as the input changes. You are molding it and creating it. And I know a lot of creative people who say, I never know what it's going to be till the finished product. I never know a reading until the final words come out of my mouth. I see an overview, but as I'm explaining it, other things just pop into my head and out of my mouth. And that's when I know the reading's finished. When I go, I've actually been told what to do by multiple people telling me to do the same things, but even though strangers were delivering me the same message, I wasn't sure and I got frustrated because I didn't know exactly how to do it. Now that it's passed, I'm trying to make it my way. Absolutely. Other people who may not know how your work works, what you do, your projects and what you do actually works. I wouldn't know how they work. I would not tell you anything about your projects and your technical work. It's not my area of expertise. My words would be like confetti. They would mean nothing. I know tarot. I'm giving you the messages of the tarot for you to make the decisions that sit right with you. You can take or leave anything. You have free will and free choice, but you understand how this pertains to what you're doing. Internally, you have to bring that out into the wider world. It's like our thoughts become things. We have to get our thoughts out of our mind into the real world. The creative process into the real world. But part of that creative process comes from within, and sometimes there are things within that take the creative process or who we are or give us a different insight or perspective about it. But I know you're doing really, really well. So I'm going to give you one of the other bonus cards, and you can decide if you want a universe, a chakra, or a Wicca. I'm just so tired and I'm seriously running out of time. I understand. I know that it's very difficult and it's your livelihood, and there are, time and financial constraints. And only you know when you get to that point and go, that's it, I've either got to shelve it and do something different, or I have to compromise to get income in, and then the next time when I have more income and more time with the next project, to do it only my way. You wish the kingdom would kick into gear. The universe goes exactly at the pace it has to go for you. And I know sometimes it feels like, but the more we kind of pressure ourselves and going, I don't have time, what we're then doing is that race against the clock. And I know it's very difficult when you are running out of time, resources, money, and everything else, that there is a ticking clock. But when you understand that the universe will provide in the way, it's whether we choose to take what the universe provides or whether we decide we want to do something different with it. That's your choice, and only you can make that choice of what's going on and what the universe is giving you. Because I only see a tall, tiny, micro snapshot of what I do in the reading for you. Would you like a universe, chakra or wicker? Maybe not a universe if you've had enough of the universe right now. Maybe a chakra or wicker, I don't know. Or you can have a universe. Up to you. Maybe the universe isn't the right card for you today. You'll have a wicker. You got to keep a sense of humour, podcast. I know it can be difficult, but sometimes having that sense of humour and a laugh, it can make all the difference. It really can. It really can. We have the season of autumn. Autumn is a rich tapestry of colour and the earthy sense of decay. A time to reap nature's bounty at the harvest as the old withers and dies. It is a season of endings and completion, a turning point on the wheel of the year between the free and easy living of summer and the restriction of winter. If you're in the time of autumn now, then the harvest will come to you. And I know you're feeling the universe is running out of time. And the universe is saying, you're in exactly the right season you need to be. You are in that season of change. Things are changing and they are changing up for the better. Autumn is associated with death, loss and mourning, as well as emotional healing and letting go. And it's exactly sometimes what we have to do is to have that momentum to take something forward, is to release and let go of other things that are no longer working for us. And that's when we let go of that is no longer serving us, that the universe then brings us the bright, shiny new thing that this is what we're replacing it with, but you weren't releasing enough for us to bring in the new. It is the time to reflect on the past and to come to terms with any unfinished business. And that could very well be what the High Priestess was alluding to with this card as well, is by going within, dealing with unfinished business and letting things go, allowing you to move forward. Because if we are anchored to something in the past, no matter how much effort and time we put in, if we haven't let that go, we don't go forward, things don't seem to occur because we are stuck in a loop. And that's another important message for you from the autumn card of the Wicker. Does that make sense? And are you happy with all of that? As much as you can be? Because I'm afraid the universe didn't come through and say, podcast, this, and this. This is how it's done. You can't be happy. Can be happy, it's a choice we make. And I know some things aren't going exactly the way you want them to be, but being happy or being unhappy is a choice we make. You can be happy with the progress you're making. You can be happy with how far you've come. You'll deal for now. I know you're not happy that things aren't maybe further along than you wish. And I know that there are some serious things going on. And I'm not saying you have to be happy about everything. Nobody is happy about everything all the time. And I know you'll deal for now. I know you have a lot going on. But I do appreciate you allowing me to read for you. And hopefully some of it's been validation and some of it's been to take you in another direction and give you some things to think about. Now, we'll see if we actually have someone next up. I have no idea how many are in the queue. Maybe good news. I think the Three of Pentacles is good news. It's validating exactly what you're doing. And that is good news. And I think the others are good news in a way that they're telling you how you can progress next. Current reading, baby Draco Chris. You never know. Absolutely. Yeah. Baby Draco, are you in channel, please? Well, as always, lovely. Have a beautiful day and a weekend. Thank you very much, podcast. It is our Australia Day weekend. I am having a great day. Thank you so much. And lots of lovely purple hearts back to you too. I really do wish you so much luck. I really do. And I always wish I could bring you so much more. So, big heart to you. I really do wish I could do more. Hello, Alex. How are you? Welcome to the channel. Thank you, and I will have a great day. I will do. Just means back to long uploading hours. Absolutely, yeah, well, totally. No, you take care. You take care. Baby Draco, are you in channel? Right, I'm going to be back in 1 second. Please, Anna, can you kind of like do a shout out thing to see if Draco's in channel? If not, I'll have to go on to the next one. Not in channel. Okay, I'll be back in a second. Okay, I'm back. Let me just check. Do we have... Let's go to the queue. Okay. Okay, so we have come to the end of our reading queue. The last person on the list, Baby Draco, has obviously left or is not in channel and is lurking and hasn't heard us call him. So is there anybody else in channel at the moment who is interested in a read? Who hasn't had one? If you put in exclamation coins, you'll see if you have enough pentacles in channel to actually have a reading. Alex, how do you join the queue? You normally stay in channel for about 5 or 10 minutes while I'm doing other readings, or you can follow and get enough pentacles to join the queue to have a reading. So, yep, you have more than enough pentacles to join the queue. So, if you want to do exclamation join, and I can read for you now. You've obviously been lurking through and it's counted your pentacles, so thank you for joining the queue and allowing me to read for you, and thank you for staying around long enough to do so. So the only reason I'm going to do that is so that it then clears the queue. Okay. So Axel, would you like to pick a tarot deck first? So we have the Wizard Tarot, the Illuminati Tarot, the Animal Totem Tarot, and the Retrospective Tarot. Can I know about a settlement I'm looking into? Like if I'm going to get it. Yeah, I can do a question on that. I can ask the cards if it looks like you'll have a positive outcome in a legal settlement. Wizard. Yep. So we'll ask the cards. What is the likely outcome of the settlement that you have in progress at the moment? Okay. We have the lapis lazuli crystal that goes with this deck. This is often the stone of students or people studying or researching. It's also the stone for enlightenment, memory, looking back and being able to look at mistakes, problems, things that happened in the past and find out new ways of reworking them. So it is a crystal of action and memory and going forward. So it's saying we learn from our past mistakes, we integrate that information from what we've learned from our memory, from what we've done in the past, and then we take that integrated information and we go forward with it and create new pathways. First card you have, and I've done, because I don't know what the time frame is of when you put the settlement in or what stage it's at. I've actually done like a past, present, future. So at the moment, I've got the swords here, and you can see that as the Eight of Swords, swords is the blue in her skirt. Swords relate to the element of air. Air relates to our thoughts, our clarity of thoughts, our focus of thoughts, the type of thoughts we're getting. In this card, it's showing that in the past, our thoughts have almost surrounded us and made us feel hemmed in, like we are a prisoner to our own thoughts. And because of those thoughts, they lead to the communication and or situations that make us feel trapped and that we don't have a way out or a way forward. However, we can see that the swords actually are barely sticking their points in the grass, and that even though the girl here looks blindfolded and her eyes are there, everything's actually quite loose, and there is enough of a space she could actually walk out. So sometimes our thoughts make us feel trapped, but actually the way forward is well within. There is an easy path forward. It's almost like we're not thinking of how to go about that. But this is saying you can break free from the restraints, the thoughts blocking your future, your pathways of how you can go on. So that is the past. If you actually go to vera@tarotdna.com, it's an email. If you actually write the review there, because the website won't allow it to be uploaded until I've checked it first, so that I make sure there is no language in there that can't go up on a public website. So that's why you email it at vera@tarotdna. But if you go below the link to the website, you can actually see my website and see others on there under the different things. Thank you, Miss Sue. I appreciate that. So that is the past. That's how things have been, and that may be flowing into the current. But the current card at the moment here is the Nine of Cups. The Nine of Cups is normally a gentleman behind a bar with 9 drinks on the table. They tend to be beer steins, and it's the card of celebration. When someone asks me, is there going to be a positive or a negative outcome, and this is the present card, I say, in the present, emotions are running very positive. This is cups. This is the element of water, and water relates to emotions and feelings. That the feelings and the emotions are celebratory, jubilant. There is socializing, there is network, there is a lot of wonderful feelings and expectation in the air. You see here, they're all laid out, they're all shining. This one's up here. These are all the drinks. And we're holding up to a toast, to a salute. So this is always seen as the well done, well deserved, you succeeded. That card coming off the back of that one will say you've got out of that situation. The progression from the 8 to a 9 is also a very good progression. It's saying things are, when we go from 0 to 10 in numerology, 0 is we haven't even started anything yet, we haven't even thought about it. 9 is we're at the completion of the cycle, because 10 goes down in numerology to the 1, back to the beginning of something practical and new and intense. So the 9 is, this is the endings, it's almost the penultimate. This is you waiting for the judgment to come down, but this card is very much that of celebration. So I would say it is quite likely that you will get a positive. I have no idea of figures, but the 9 is the highest, second highest card of the minor arcana. So I wouldn't say it's going to be 90 or 900 or 9,000. What I would say, it's very much, it looks like it's going to be an amount you are going to be happy with. That's the present and its feelings. It isn't coins, so it's not guaranteed. I can't guarantee that because that's not the 9 of coins coming in. Neither is this. This is the feelings, celebration. This could be you're hoping for the celebration and you're hoping that. The cards haven't given me any pentacles, so it's not given me a direct yes. That can be if the judgment settlement, the decision has not yet been made and it is still in that process of no definitive yes, no, or an amount has actually been set. If that's the case, the cards have nothing to go on apart from the feelings, the everything surrounding it, the energy surrounding it seems quite positive. The next card is actually the High Priestess again. It's amazing how many cards coming out once or twice in the readings. Different decks. This particular deck, you can see a very full illuminated moon. The High Priestess is about the veil, and you can see the curtains is normally about the veil being closed, and the High Priestess is about the veil having the thinnest or being drawn back. You can see the veil here of the High Priestess's curtains have been opened and there is a fully illuminated moon. That is normally very positive, as in the full moon is shining a light and is saying something is yet still hidden, but it is about to be illuminated and seen. So it might be that the judgment, the agreement, is in the process of being worked through. They might be checking details, they might be checking paperwork, but they are looking at it and it is no longer hidden. It is being worked on at this time. Someone is looking behind at what is hidden. They're checking everything about it. This is in your future, so it may still be that in the present you're feeling jubilant and excited about it, but the actual physicality of the agreement may still be going through the processes, and that's why the decision is hidden from you, because it is actually still at this precise moment. People have taken off the covers, they've drawn it open, they're looking inside, and they're looking and checking all the details. Does that make sense to you? We have down here the palmistry, the crystal ball, the feather of mat, and the candles. All of those things are ways of seeing into the future. They're all ways of saying what you're looking for is coming to you via messages. I think with having that card saying you were hidden, the High Priestess is saying your thoughts are no longer hidden, your emotions are very much on point and exactly where they should be for the present. And what was hidden back here is no longer hidden. It is shown, it is illuminated. And if that bringing of evidence in the agreement to light is important in you getting the judgment in your favor, then these two cards speak very highly of you getting that judgment. There may be something kept back. It might not be everything you wanted or the full amount. It was the 9 and not the 10. It is the moon and not the sun. It is illuminated, but the High Priestess is always something kept back, something hidden, something not quite totally brought into the open. There might be something they say, well, it was 6 of one, half a dozen of the other, so it doesn't go to the 10, it sits at the 9. But overall, this is where the celebration should go, and what was hidden has now come to light. I don't know what the agreement's about, but does that make sense in what I'm saying? Does that sit right in what the agreement and judgment and everything is about? I don't need to know. I just want to know if that makes sense to you, that interpretation. Because if you're waiting for an agreement or a judgment, there is always two sides. Okay. And because of that, there's the weighing of it. And I don't have the justice either. If I'd had the justice card, I'd have said the legal decision. And what I'm going to do, and I don't normally do this, is I'm just going to see the shadow card. Okay. The shadow card is the Queen of Cups. I just wondered in case I had a pentacle or a justice card come out. That would have helped me go, but the hidden card is the justice, and that's still coming. So that's why I took the shadow card. It wasn't. It was the Queen of Cups. The Queen of Cups, like the 9, is the element of water and feelings. But the Queen is very much someone who is in control of the emotions and has mastery on them. So the Queen of Cups may be somebody you know. It might be the person who is actually looking at the agreement. Cups is very much the sign of, as I said, the water and feelings, and can be also attributed to the water signs. So Pisces and Cancer, especially when we see the fish in here with this deck, it can often actually mean that there is a Piscean very much involved or behind the scenes who's doing something with this. But the Queen of Cups is someone who is nurturing and caring and giving, and is very aware of helping other people with their feelings. So this might be someone who you know is in the background or is part of the situation, where it was someone with this nature, male or female, it doesn't have to be a woman, who was a nurturer, a caregiver, someone who was very giving with their feelings and their time. So you may know who this is, or it may be someone who was part of the agreement or part of the situation. But that was the shadow card. Having the High Priestess as well, I do believe that although you may have to wait, I can't guarantee you are going to get it, but the wait is in this moment of time with the process going on. It is definitely being illuminated. With the Queen of Cups, if there are feelings and emotions as an integral part of this judgment or agreement, then, or the settlement, it seems to be very much in your favor, with the 9, which is the second highest out of the minor arcana, and the Queen, which is the second highest out of the royalty cards, with the King being the top. Does that give you some hope, and does it make sense? Does the Queen of Cups relate in the situation? Because I don't normally bring a shadow card out halfway through a reading, but I wanted to see in case the shadow card that hadn't been brought out was the Justice card, which is a very definite yes in a legal situation, or the Ten of Pentacles, or the King. Either of those would have said to me, oh, you believe the Queen is you. Okay, fair enough. As I said, the Queen, regardless of whether you're male or female, that's immaterial. The Queen of Cups is an energy. It is someone who is nurturing, who is caring, who is giving, and is very much the person who is in control of the emotions, but is the giver of emotions, but also knows when those emotions are required to be seen and when they are required to be hidden. Your emotions always run high. Yeah, the Queen of Emotions can be a little bit like that. And that's when often the High Priestess comes to you and says, when your emotions are running high, bring it down, look within, calm yourself down. And we're in a new moon with new starts and bringing love to the situation. Meditating is a really good thing, but actually looking at images of the moon on your computer or having a moonstone crystal is very powerful when your emotions run high to help you calm them down and bring them under control. Was that helpful to you? And I will do you a universe, a chakra, or a Wicca card as well. I'm glad it makes sense. I'm glad you can identify with the Queen of Cups as the shadow and that you understand. I'm glad. Would you like a universe, a chakra, or a Wicca card? Chakra? Shall we see if the heart chakra comes up for you? Oh, look at that. Okay. I'm not going to read the cards. These three came out. You are going to have self-sufficiency, build a strong new foundation, and you must learn to honour and respect your sexuality. I don't normally have three cards, but all three came out, and I just thought actually the main words were important to you. So you will find material security without being materialistic. You will gain satisfaction, stability, and inner strength. I am resourceful. I put in the effort to be responsible for supplying fundamental needs in my life, such as shelter, food, water, and clothing. I take responsibility for where I now find myself in life as I move forwards, and I get in touch with and trust my innate wisdom, which tells me that I will be provided with what I need. That is very much relating to the High Priestess card. I never read three, but I really get the feeling you need these three today. And you're my last reading, so you're getting all three. This is the building a strong foundation. This is your base chakra. I create stability and security by adequately providing myself with the basic needs of a healthy life, such as shelter, food, water, and clothing. I use my creativity to build a strong foundation, as this is an essential key to my survival and growth. They're very similar because this one was also the base chakra, that is the root chakra, but it is where our grounding and where we grow from, and new beginnings and new starts. The more inner and outer stability is the High Priestess. The outer stability is your Queen of Cups. I have the more grounded and fulfilling my life will be. I respect myself and take care of my physical body by nurturing and nourishing it. My body tells me what I need. Is this giving you incredibly strong messages? I hope so, because the messages coming through are giving me goosebumps that they're incredibly important and why you needed 3, and I've never done 3 before. And that with your agreement, judgment, whatever it is coming through, there is going to be a new start that you are going to be able to provide for all your basic needs of all the things you want. You've been working on your root chakra. It is showing very much. I am getting goosebumps. Ooh. Oh. Oh. This is the second chakra, the sacral chakra. This is saying there is now a progression to the next chakra. I think you've done enough work on your base chakra. I want you to move to the next. This is sexuality. I honor and respect my sexuality and I allow the natural flow of my feelings. Definite Queen of Cups. I acknowledge that my sexual thoughts and feelings will arise and I release unnecessary guilt regarding sex. I am open to the positive sensual feelings coming to me from others. At the same time, I keep my sexual activities well directed and in balance. It is allowing you to realize that progression is natural. When you've worked on one chakra, you then go to the next because that is the progression of balancing all the chakras and leading the way up and rebuilding when we have felt trapped and need to rework from the ground up, internally as well as externally. Does that help and make you feel, regardless of what comes in the judgment, that you are on the right track with what you're doing and all your physical, emotional, spiritual and financial needs are going to be covered in the future? Which still makes me think you are going to get, hello cat, sorry about that, that was the cat trying to get through, it just ran through there and underneath, that's why you got a wobble. You're very, very welcome. And I'm so glad you stuck around. I appreciate that. And I appreciate you letting me read for you. And sometimes the universe guides me to do something different, like it gave you 3 cards. Normally I'd put them back, but I felt they were the 3 cards you needed to hear. You're very, very welcome indeed. For those of you that have followed, please press the notification so you know when I go live, because I do 3 different days a week at different times because they're all geared to different time zones. Because I have clients in all different time zones, so I read internationally. Please follow me on Twitter. That way you get the closest live notification as well as the Twitch notification for when I'm going live, so you don't miss out on your readings. If you've liked what I've done, please follow. If you have followed, please make sure you've alerted the notifications. Follow me on Twitter. And if you've liked what I've done, please go to the website for vera@tarotdna.com, which is the email on there under the contacts, and email me a review so I can put it up on the website. Really appreciate it. And if you follow me on Twitter and you're able to receive and have the app for Twitter, then please retweet so we can build this community. I am trying by the end of the year to build 1,000 followers to give this channel and community a really good base to build on. We are the Power Positivity Pack, and for those who subscribe, there are new sub badge is being done. I think you will like them and you will appreciate where they come from and the levels and what they mean. Hello! How much, Jasmine? You miss my streams? I've missed you. You haven't been here for a while. It's lovely to see you. How are you? How are you? How are you? One of my favorite people. And please remember, why I'm here is not only to give free readings, because I like to give back, but I am here to raise money for WWF, hence the Australia Day weekend koala ears. You will not see these anytime except over this weekend, because I'm raising money for the injured wildlife in Australia, because I'm an Australian streamer and I'm wearing koalas everywhere. So please, if you've liked what I've done, if it's helped you and you realize that in the real world you'd have been paying $100 for that, please feel if you can support the charity, then that would be greatly appreciated. And when people support the charity with $10 or more, you get to have a very special oracular message with a tarot deck I have with a special app that I'm the only person on any streaming platform in the world has access to this deck and to be allowed to use it live, because I've got written permission from the creator. And it's actually kept through a very tight-knit group of people who have access to it, and none of us read with it live. I've had special permission for charity and charity only until the end of March. So Jasmine, are you wanting a reading before I wrap up? And I'm doing really, really well. Just wanting to raise more money because that's my thing. I'll do readings all the time, but I'm just wanting to raise a little bit more money and improve what we can do for the animals in our wonderful country that have all been devastated with the fires. And I know I'm doing, when I get to 300 or 250 and another 50 while we're doing it, when I hit 250 in the charity goal, I'm doing a Twitch Sings, but I'm getting much, much closer in my follower goal. How can we donate? If you do exclamation charity, it brings up the Tiltify link, and it is in Australian dollars. So if you're in America or England or have a different currency, your donation will make more money because you donate in your currency, and on the exchange rate, in Australian dollars, it becomes more for the charity. So normally Tiltify do everything in American dollars, but because it's for Australia, they've done it in Australian dollars. So in your country, you will donate in American dollars, but on the exchange rate. So say for instance you do $10, I think it works out at something like 15 or something. So Anna's just put it up, the link. Yeah, so it's the Tiltify link, and you can pay via PayPal on Tiltify, and it goes immediately into WWF charity. We don't see the money, it goes straight to them, which means it's immediately available for their use on WWF. Thank you. And as I said, anybody who donates $10 or more, they get this particular this very special thing. When will I be on again? I'm still on now, and I can do readings now. Absolutely. It's just I've got no one else in the queue. So I'm happy to do a reading now if you want one now, or else I will be back on Tuesday, because neither Anna or I stream on Sunday. Tomorrow is Australia Day for us, but we don't stream on Sundays. We stream 6 days out of the week. She does 3, I do 3. Anna streams on Monday, which is our public holiday for Australia Day, like 4th of July. I'll be back on Tuesday, normal time, with my, if you look below, that gives the schedule of when I'm back on, because I do Tuesday, Thursdays and Saturdays Australian time, but depending on where in the world you are, I get crossovers from different days and times, because I cross over by doing 3 deliberate international time zones. I get multiple crossovers from Europe and Russia and Africa and everywhere. It's crazy, totally crazy. I want to put that little map on that says where everybody comes from. I checked one of my stats and I had something like 38 countries of people that were coming in. So yeah, I said the Tiltify link is purely and simply for the charity. The normal PayPal one is my personal donation, but the charity one is Tiltify. And as I said, from this week onwards, anybody who does $10 or more, this particular deck, we have a special Erasmus app, and it brings up an oracular sentence on the card when it can be seen. And so therefore, anybody who does that will actually get one of these cards read for them when they donate. And then after the 31st of March, these will not be done in public again, unless I'm allowed to do them for another charity one. Because, as I said, it's just not something we do with them all the time. So, does anybody have any other questions? Any other readings? Anything else you need to ask me? I'll be on again Tuesday, my time. I just want to make sure everybody who's in the channel at the moment, every viewer here who wanted a reading, has had the chance to have a reading. And you don't have to be in channel. Once you have that link, you don't have to be in channel to use the link, but it will still go. As long as you use that particular link, then it will go straight through to Tiltify, and we'll be notified of what went through. We get a notification email, it comes up, but it goes straight through to Tiltify, through to WWF. And to give you notice, I will give you the date, but we know in February, on one Saturday, there is going to be a steam train. I'm a member of the Twitch bar, and we have a team of fundraisers, of which myself and Anna are members of. And at the moment, the entire team is raising money for WWF Australia. And they put this one in because of the fires of Australia. They were going to be doing an American charity, but this is their first Australian charity because of the devastation that we have here. So for 3 months, the entire bar is raising money. And we're picking a Saturday. We're just working on the logistics of the day. And as many streamers in the team as possible will stream on that day, and we will raid each other and just go from one to the next to the next. It is fantastic, and the idea is that we will only do 3-hour streams, and we try to build up as much of a viewer count, and then we go and raid the next one, and we build up and build up. I will only be reading for 3 hours on that Saturday, and I will let you know the time, and we are going to try and really crush our ultimate goal of $500 as much as possible. If we crush the 500, I will extend it. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. We'll be using my 300 goal for me to do a Twitch Sings. Never done that before, never done karaoke, so that's going to be a hoot. That's my 300 goal. Although I've said if I get 250 and I can get enough donations while I'm singing to hit the 300, I'm happy if people want to do that. But 300 is kind of the one to get me singing. 500 goal, I will do an hour of playing a game on stream. Maybe more, depends on how badly or good it goes. I'll do a game. You know I don't do games on stream, I just do tarots. I will be playing a game on stream. If we go above the 500, and if we can reach 750, I will get my hair dyed and chat can pick a colour. On the advice of Anna, who is a hairdresser and will be doing the colouring for me, or going through or telling me what colour she can get through my hair, or what can be done. But I will agree to have my hair coloured. So, lots of information, lots of things going on. But I think now we will probably close the stream. And it is so much fun. I really enjoy fundraising. And when people do small extra donations, I add extra cards to the readings. So for 5 or 10, you get extra cards. For 25 and 50, we have rescue pouches for the animals that are handmade by my daughter-in-law. And you get one donated in your name to go to the animal rescue for 25 and 50. So you get an animal rescue pouch. 25 is a small size one, 50 is a large size one. She's made 35 of them, handmade ones, and is now on the big hanging ones for the bigger joeys that she's doing. So one of those will be 100 because they're much more work and much bigger. And because they're very near Kangaroo Island, which has a very unique population of koalas that don't have chlamydia. And so they're trying to keep that population where they are, so they're away from the rest of the population. So all her rescue pouches are going down to their section. So we are doing a lot as a family and as the Twitch bar team to raise money for Australia. Our whole, I think if I'm right, Anna, is it $1,000 for the 3 months was the target? They always do $1,000, or is it $3,000 because we're doing it over 3 months? I'm not quite sure. But every month they've smashed, or every charity they've smashed their goal. So it used to be $1,000 a month because they did one a month. Now it's 3 months. So I don't know if it's $1,000 for the month or $3,000. But Anna and I, as a mother-daughter team, between us have an ultimate goal of 500 to raise 1,000 between the two of us. We always set a 1K target for each charity. We made 10K last year. Okay, so they do 1,000 target for the charity over the 3 months with the streamers doing it, and we hope on the raid day, on the steam train that we do, that we'll get a whole lot more. And remember that they always look for American dollars for 1,000 because it's always been American charities. This is Australia. So even if we made $1,000 American, that would still be more than 1,000 Australian. But because of the devastation, Anna and I alone are trying to raise 1,000, even though that's the target for the team. In fact, I would love to do 1,000 on my own. But that's just because I want to raise as much money as possible. But over the 3 months, if we can raise whatever we raise, whether it's 300 or 500 each, whatever the target is, it's going to be a big help. You should be able to see our team and check it from there to see our overall goal. Yeah, it's I've actually got to get a link to the Twitch bar as well because I don't have one yet. But through Tiltify, you can on Tiltify have a look and our campaign comes up, Twitch bar, WWF. Current team total is 1,230 Australian. So we've actually already broken our goal and it's not even the end of January yet. We started in January. So top search result for Tiltify bar is our campaign. So already we've broken the $1,000 mark. So we've crushed our 1K goal. We still have to the 31st of March. It would be great if as a team we could get between 3 to 5 grand. And I know a lot of the other people, some of them are putting up 300, some have put up 500 like we have, because they all think it's such a worthwhile cause. So we're asking people, even if you can't donate at this moment, we have till the end of March, but especially on the steam train day, if you can drop in, that will make a difference because that's the really big push day. And I'll give you the date as soon as we know it. It really is. And when you consider everybody's giving up their time freely, you're not you don't have to do the charity runs, but this is our country. It's not like we just have one state or one area. Our entire country of Australia has burnt. We have lost over 1 billion animals. 1 billion. That is almost too big a number to comprehend. 1 billion. 1 billion animals. That is more than some countries' populations. Roxy's all over checking your head. She's saying, you had it on last time, now it's out there. And it's not just the immediate funds they need to get them bandages, saline, ointments, rescue pouches, food. Because they're omnivores, they eat plants. And all the plants and the trees and the vegetation and the scrub. So they've not only lost their homes and their habitat, their environment, they've lost their food source. A lot of them have lost their mates. We have species that have gone from being fine to be almost on extinction levels. Our platypus are almost extinct because of what's happened. The water, mammals and birds, not including insects and invertebrates, and that's the majority of the environment that builds the environment, but also the bird life, that's what they feed on. So they have no food. You've probably seen images on Facebook. They are trucking in hay, carrots, sweet potato. There is nothing for the animals to eat because we have no vegetation left. A lot of Australia then got floods, which took away the debris, which then created bottlenecks and created more environmental hazard. But the water has flooded and made the soil down to 3 or 4 feet mud. So the animals that were actually burrowed underneath have been drowned and can't get out of the mud. So they then had a double whammy of a flood over the fires. And hail. So we've had fire, we've had hail, we've had water. It is just, the country has been through devastation and destruction that is unprecedented in not one spot, but a continent. Our continent has been razed to the ground by fire, flood, and hail, and total devastation. The rebuilding of the habitat, the clearing of that land before they can actually replant, and then the growing, even if they have all the mature trees from every nursery in Australia, it's not enough to replace the habitat yet. They have to replant millions of trees over all of Australia to repopulate the habitat with enough vegetation for the animals to be put back. That is not something that's going to happen in 3 months or 6 months. That is a long-term re-establishment of total environmental biomes. And so much of the rain just dropped the ash back down, so it isn't clean water. And that's why the animals are actually coming out of where they were, crossing highways, going into backyards, into swimming pools, into dog bowls, into people's houses, because they are desperate for water and food. They have nowhere else to go but come to the human environment and go, we have not had water for weeks, and these animals are so dehydrated. The amount of saline that's being used for the animals is astronomical because they have to rehydrate the bodies to then actually fix up the burns and everything else. It is the greatest catastrophe Australia has ever gone through. And other countries are helping out so much because an area of our land that has been gone is bigger than some countries. It is like losing more than an entire country in one hit. Australia is so huge, but the devastation it's made on a continent this big is astronomical. And that's why over 3 months, even with the celebrities giving $1 million and $500,000 and $750,000, even the $50 million one that the celebrities done, the costs ongoing to get these animals rehabilitated from their immediate injuries, then put back into the wild when there is a wild to put them back in. It's the interim of where they go, the zoos, the carers. You are seeing people going out in their cars collecting koalas and other marsupials and taking them to rescues, and they're taking them 10 at a time. And they're putting them in laundry baskets that people are donating with blankets because they've got somewhere to sleep. And there are carers who are taking half a dozen animals home and trying to feed them and give them eyedroppers of things. It's our flying foxes, it's our small quokkas, it's every single element of our bird life, our mammals are just totally needing human resources to keep going, or we will have no animal population left. It will just be, it's beyond comprehension. And that's why whatever we do, we know we have done the very best we can. And whether it's 100 or 300 or 500 or 1,000 that we raise, it might seem it's a drop in the ocean when someone's done 50 million. But all those drops in the ocean create an enormous amount of resources that can be utilized to rebuild, repopulate, regenerate, and then get them back up. This is going to take years. So that money, there's a huge amount being used immediately. And then now we have to get, I think someone said 50 million trees. 50 million trees. Then you've got to physically plant them, but you've got to clear the area to plant them and allow the animals to go back when there's a habitat. Things have to be done. So I've ranted and raved for too long. I'm going to say goodbye, good night, God bless, good afternoon, good evening. And must be more. Oh, okay. WWF have committed to planting 200 million trees. So 50 million might have been one of the earlier ones I heard. So 200 million trees. 200 million trees. That's a lot of trees to plant. But thank you for listening to me rant on. We are passionate about it because this is our backyard. This is our country. And it's not just the physical devastation now. It's for my grandchildren to actually get to see animals in their wildlife and not just go to zoos, because the only animals we have left alive are in zoos and sanctuaries because there isn't any habitat for them. So for us, this is not just for the now generation, this is for the generations to come. We have to rebuild Australia. Because how many people have Australia on their bucket list because they want to see a kangaroo in a eucalypt tree for real? A lot of people, that's on their bucket list. I want to come to Australia and I want to see a koala. And it's our world, our earth, and we all need to help. Absolutely, Mitsu. We are a family of nations, of international nations, and we are all one people on this earth. And any animal that dies in one part of the earth is taking away some of the diversity from another part of the world. We are all in this together, and it is when we pull together as the human population and realize that our resources to give to the natural animal world and the environment If we don't look after our environment and our animals, there will be nothing left for us either. We all need to help. Absolutely. And we are passionate about it. We are truly passionate about it. We really are. But I must go. I have ranted and raved quite a bit because it is something we're passionate about, and that's why we're doing it. But thank you so much. And for those of you that can donate, we appreciate it. We really do. And you're always welcome back in the channel. I don't want to scare you away thinking I can't come back in if I haven't donated. I know not everybody can. Being in the channel, sharing our tweets, letting people know, especially when we're doing the steam train, when we get that information, retweeting it, trying to get your friends to come in and be here for that day, give us all the support. It makes a difference. Following, sharing, letting people know, it makes a difference. It really does. It doesn't have to be money. Sometimes it's just letting people know what we're trying to do. Thank you so much. I am going to end the stream. Thank you all for coming. Thank you for letting me read for you. And you have a wonderful, wonderful day. And I so appreciate you. And a really big shout out to Anna, my mod. Thank you so much. You're not only my daughter, my tech guru, but she is an incredibly wonderful, sharing, caring, beautiful human being, and I love you so much. Good night. We want